Hi guys, my name is Calamity Joe and welcome back to a Minecraft YouTube video. In this Minecraft YouTube video, what we are doing, we're probably going to build some stuff today. I ain't got a clue what we're actually going to build, but I know we're going to build something. Right, we're just going to find some random thing for us to build. Hello Jeegski, welcome to the stream. Sorry, I was just doing an overly thick accent of my accent. We're going to be careful today, guys, because I've just split my finger open. Literally a few minutes ago. I stumbled going past my wardrobe to turn my plug socket on. I do remember you, G-Ski, because you were literally in the stream yesterday. I'm not that big of a YouTuber that I'm going to forget someone from my stream. Bearing in mind, we only had like 7 people watching yesterday's stream at the time. Yeah, when I was about to start this stream, I stumbled next to my wardrobe trying to turn the plug socket on the floor on, which connects my turns the telly on, and I fell forward, and the handle has fallen off one of the cupboards, so the screw went straight down my hand from just below my nail all the way down to the bottom of my thumb. So there's now a long cut all the way down my thumb, which is fun. It's not actually fun, it's painful, but who cares? We're going to continue streaming. Nintendo Switch edition. Nintendo Switch. I'm not on Xbox or Xbox 360. This is the same version that was on Xbox One. It's got the same update. It's on the same update as Xbox One. It's on an update one behind 360, PS4, PS3, Wii U, and it's 2 updates behind the PS4 edition. So Xbox One and Switch only got 1.12, so I'm currently about 10 updates behind, pretty much. Thank you to the person who's just subscribed, by the way. As it stands, guys, we are literally at 6,560. We're getting there to 6,600. Because I took a couple of days off streaming, we lost about 15 subscribers because people unsubscribe if I don't stream daily, which is, I can't afford to stream daily. You need 440. That is true. I do. Yeah, we were predicted to hit 7K on the 25th of June. But then the stream started to slow down. My stream started to slow down, so we were getting roughly, at the time, we were roughly getting 5,000 to 6,000 views a stream. And we were getting like 100 subs a stream. But then the stream started to slow down a bit. But, that's not a problem. Ooh. Hello Nermeti Telly Insat, welcome to the stream. But yeah, hello Copper Gaming, welcome to Copper Golem Gaming, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I've really hurt my thumb, guys, really hurt my thumb, but we're going to continue on streaming for a bit. Have you watched Stampy? How young do you think I am? Of course I watched Stampy. Stampy took off when I was 10 years old. So of course I watched him. Well, I didn't watch him then because I didn't watch YouTube at the time, but I have watched Stampy, yeah, because Stampy was massive from like Stampy was absolutely huge from 2016. Stampy was absolutely huge from like 2012 to 2018. Stampy was probably the biggest Minecraft YouTuber on the planet. You're on episode 58, where you've got another 823 to go. Which one is 58? Got to remember myself. Hold on, let me just remember for Let me just think what it was. Oh, technical difficulties. That was the name. I can't remember what he does in it, but I know it was called some difficulties. Bubble Bone. No, Bubble Bone. Oh no, you're talking about something else. That's not it. That I'm thinking of. That's not. That's not 58. That's 58 of his other series. Bubble Bone is his other series, which he did with. Bubble Bone is Skyden. Bubble Bone was Skyden, which he did with Squishy. I was referring to, when you said 58, I thought you were referring to his Lovely World, which is, his Lovely World was more popular than Skyden. So if you think of Stampy, you think of Lovely World. You don't think of Skyden, I think. What did he do? He did Skyden, Ocean Den, Cave Den. I'm surprised he didn't do Nether Den. Well, if he'd have done it in Bedrock, he'd have probably done Nether Den. Nether Den would have been a cool idea. Hello, Joe. How are you doing mentally since I've heard of what happened to you physically? What did happen to me physically? Have you been on the stream for that long? Well, mentally, I'm fine. I'm always good mentally. I'm fine. I've been mentally fine for years. Physically, I'm a thumb. Yes. So you have been on the stream for a while then. Well, we've only been streaming 6 minutes. But yes, I was going to plug my turn my plug socket on, which my big TV's connected. My TV's connected to, and I sort of stumbled and I went straight down the screw. Hello, hello, random BFD. I love it. My home stream. Yes. So the screw, the knob fell off the wardrobe, and yes. So as I stumbled, guys, my finger went straight down the screw. So but because obviously, you know, your fingers crease, don't you? Because obviously you can wriggle your fingers. So there's a red mark. There's a red patch. There's a scratch mark further up. Then there's nothing. A scratch mark in the same place further down. Nothing. Then another scratch mark of where obviously my finger would have been bent. So obviously they would have all lined up in a where my finger is bent. Yeah. But yeah, mentally I'm fine. How are you, Omniville? How are you, random BFDI lover as well? Thinking of some build ideas, guys. I want to build a cinema. That's something I want to build. Today is my sigh. Oh, to me, today... That sounds agony. It is. Trust me, a couple of F words come out. A couple of fuck, shit, fuck come out. A couple of those come out. Today's my little sister's birthday. Cool. I hope she has a good birthday. I apologise this stream is literally late because I'm writing a book for a competition, guys, and I'm near the finishing part of this book. My birthday is in 2 days. Oh, I hope you have a good birthday, Jigsky. If we're not streaming in 2 days' time, which we probably will be streaming Monday. If it is Monday for you. No, if it is Saturday for you, you might be in a completely different day. You might be, in a... I don't know, you might be in Australia or something where it's... my finger is so sore after that. Yeah, I'm sorry the stream's late. You're in Europe. Cool, so am I. I'm also in Europe. I am Northern Europe because I'm from the UK. But yeah. Speaking of birthdays, my dog's birthday was yesterday. I hope your dog had a good birthday. Oh, I saw something about this recently. J.D. Vance, the current US Vice President, it was his dog's it was his dog. It was his dogs for his family. I'm fine. On the 15th, my sister would be graduate from uni with first honours, second best art uni in the world. Might I add? With first honours, I'm so jealous because I wanted to get a first. I've literally just finished my film course, and I wanted to get a first, and I didn't. I didn't get a first, but then I think that I think I was let down by the the guy that pitched it to us. I think I was let down. So I would you guys like me to go into details about what that is? Um, Basically, so I had studied film production for 2 years, and my lecturer told us he was leaving. Day one of coming back for the second year, my lecturer told us, "Oh, I'm leaving. The third year's not running now." So it was like, well, we've now got 9 months to go and work out what we're doing, and we had to look around. And for example, so my lecturer had a friend that was running this digital course, and he pitched it to us. This guy come in and literally he pitched it to us, but what we were pitched, and what we got was two completely different things. And I'll just be honest, we were pitched this thing of where you're given this assignment and you're given an assignment and you make it film based. You connect it to your film staff, which we were like, that's good, we can do that. And then when we got the assignments on this course, we were struggling to try and connect it to anything film based. So the course was completely. I can't get out the door. This course was complete. This course was completely different to what it was. Hello, Hikari Block Street. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, honestly, so fair play, Omnivale. A first class honour is absolutely incredible. But what is it? Was it a Bachelor of Arts or Science? Can't fit through the doorway. That is true. Was it a Bachelor of Arts or Science? If it was art, if you said it was like an art thing, would it have been Bachelor of Arts? I have to go in a sec, guys, to go and get some dinner. But I will go. My mum's voice got leaked. Yes, it did. Cool. Right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Just had to go nip AFK for a minute. All she texted was first class honours. Well, first class honours are good. Shit. First class honours are really good. With mine, I got a 2-2, which I got second class honours. I got second class honours. So I didn't do too bad at uni, guys. For my final year, I got second class honours. I got lower second class honours, guys. It was because there was one assignment that really mucked with it, and it was because I couldn't find a way to make it about a film. Cool. Hello, Kuba's Zygmunt. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I got second class honours, but there was an assignment, so I was film based, and they forced us to make an app and assignment. But I'm not a, as I said, I'm not a games design person. I got forced to make an app. But that's not film based, so that's the problem. This course I was forced to do because all the film courses are gone. I was forced into this thing if I had to make an app for an assignment. And I put a lot of effort into it. I put a lot of effort into it just to try and get the grade good, but that's not what I am. I am a film based. I would much rather be, filming something. That's what. Bro, do you have a shader? No, I don't, because you can't get shaders on the version of Minecraft I'm playing. Hello, Amir. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I don't have shaders because shaders don't exist on this version. I'm basically playing old Minecraft. I'm playing old Minecraft, so you don't have shaders on this version, I'm afraid. This version never had shaders because they didn't exist at the time. The concept of being able to do shaders like, light and stuff didn't actually exist in that. And when this came out, that technology was too advanced at the time. But, yeah. Oh, sorry, itchy nose. Thank you to the people who are watching the stream right now. Bro, Play Manhunt is going on viral. What's Manhunt? I don't have a clue what that is. If you Google Manhunt, it comes up with a British drama series. I don't even know what Manhunt is, I'm afraid. Sorry guys, my chair's a bit wonky. Yeah, what is a manhunt? I mean, I know what a manhunt is when you hunt someone down, but what type of manhunt are you talking about? I do like this build. I do like these builds. I'm just gonna quickly, guys, just finish off this pizza a second. But I don't know if Amir is still in the stream, but I generally don't know what a manhunt is. Right, it's just play manhunt, but I don't know what that is. It is. It's a homemade pizza. Hello, Tyrese. Welcome to the stream. What? Yeah, I'm having. Well, it's a homemade pizza. I always have pizza on a Saturday. But homemade food's good, but I don't understand people that make homemade all the time. I don't understand people that make homemade food every day. A guy in my college class did that, and he must have been going to the shop every day for more ingredients, and I was like, well, that's just stupid. The thing with having frozen food, though, is that you make homemade, you know, a couple of times a week, but this guy was going to the shop like every day to get fresh ingredients and fresh food. I was like, it's a bit. The real Annabelle doll is missing. That's interesting. I didn't, but I don't like. I did not know that. No, I wasn't raised to have days in which you didn't know what you ate. As in, no schedule. I have heard of it though. I have heard of it, Tyrese. I don't really like horror films, to be honest. I don't really like horror films, but it's because I don't like jump scares. It's because my friend once went down a dark alleyway and just jumped out at me and grabbed me, so it scared the shit out of me to the point I did actually piss myself. But what was I going to say, guys? Yeah. Alright, I wasn't raised to have days in which you didn't know what you ate, as in no schedule. I mean, you should always have a schedule, but I don't understand things of like homemade. This guy in my school year, guy in my college class, I think he was making homemade food every day, and you know, sometimes with homemade food, you know, you're preparing it for like an hour. Sam and Colby Rats. I have heard of them. To be honest. I don't think I've watched anything from them. I have heard of them though. What was I going to say, guys? I read a book called Overfinish. Please help me. I'm a Yeah, you might be, but you know, I'm not thick as a plank of shit, and I can read what that says. I've also wrote a book. It's called Archipelago. That was in the UK. I don't think it's missing though. Because those dolls go on tour quite often. Because it went on tour in the UK recently, where they had a creepy they had haunted objects in like glass cases, and it says "Do not touch." Which, why the hell would you touch it anyway? The thing is, though, it's always overexcited people, if you get what I mean. It's always overexcited people that are like, oh. Have you guys ever seen the story of, oh, let me just find it. God, oh, whoopsie. Sorry, I'm trying to Google something and I typed the wrong numbers in. Have you guys ever heard of Jambo the Gorilla? Have you guys ever heard of Jambo the Gorilla? So just touching, yeah. So just touching grass. I can touch grass in reality. I'm not that overweight, but yeah. If you guys ever heard of Jambo the Gorilla, let me just. I can't remember what country it is. I think it's UK. I think it's UK story. Yes, it is. It was a UK story. Yes, it is a UK story, guys. So this is like 1986, I think. I think it was it 86 or 87. Let me just think what it was. Yes, 1986. So, why is he a gorilla? Well, in a zoo in the UK, there was a gorilla, and basically this father held his son over the bars and dropped his son into the gorilla cage, and this gorilla sat with him and protected him from the other gorillas. But when I said about people being overexcited, like as I was talking to Tyrese there about, you know, people touching like the Annabelle doll glass case, why would you touch it? It's the same as why would you hold your 7-year-old son over a gorilla enclosure, because obviously that kid ended up dropping into the gorilla enclosure, suffering a fractured skull, a split. I think it was a split head. I think his head had split open. Like why? It's the same as everything. If it says not to do something, why do people do it? But the gorilla thing I mentioned is no one can disprove that because it was someone caught it on camera back in 1986, and it's honestly on YouTube. Yeah, the dad at Zero IQ, yeah. It happened in America a few years ago, I think. When they joke about I'm just going to check that out, guys, if it was America. Because I'm not familiar with yes, it was America. You know when people make the joke about Harambe, the gorilla? Obviously, Harambe was a gorilla. A kid, same thing. Parent held kid over bar. Kid fell. And the gorilla got hold and started shaking him around like a ragdoll. And they had to shoot the gorilla. But they shouldn't have had to shoot that gorilla, because why is the father gone, "Hey son, here, I'm gonna hold you over the bars. Here, look at monkeys. Look at the gorillas. Look, I'll hold you over the bars." Like, why are they doing that? It's just so stupid. I don't get why you would hold some. It's like the Harambe one. You might have done. Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, a 3-year-old boy climbed into his enclosure, and obviously then fell through the barrier. Harambe then grabbed and dragged the child through the enclosure. Yeah. But it's the same thing though. Why are you not paying? Why are you not keeping? Why are you not keeping your young child under surveillance? You know, especially it has a basement. Cool. What was I going to say? Oh, I forgot what I was going to say now. It's the same as the Australian guy. What's his name? Steve Irwin. I don't understand how he got away with putting his daughter, or was it his son? It was one of his kids. When they were a baby, he had them right next to a crocodile. And I'm like, that's quite. I thought that was a bit strange. It's interesting. A lot of Australian people love Steve Irwin, but a lot of animal protection agencies hate him, and it's really interesting why. The only thing I don't agree with is the fact that he put he took one of his baby children in a crocodile cage. I'll be uploading a photo of my build sometime this week. Cool. Yeah, that's the only thing I don't agree with Steve Irwin, is the fact that he did that. That's cutting it close, really. Imagine if that crocodile had been a bit faster. You've basically given them a free lunch. Please check it out when I post it. I'll try. Depends what I'm doing this week, though. To be honest, I'm aiming to stream, but I'm aiming to try and crank out this book because it's cutting close to. I've got a month and a bit to finish this book. If I don't have it finished within a certain time frame, then I won't be able to enter it to this competition, because this competition ends next month. So I've got to make sure that I have enough. I give myself enough time period, everyone, so I can get this book in. I might not be a popular YouTuber, but I want to check. I'll check it out. I'm not a popular YouTuber. I absolutely love that people are actually taking their time out of their day to just, watch this crazy person from the UK talk shit, make jokes about being shortish and fat. Hi Joe, I'm grateful to watch your stream. I have a question. Is that your question? How am I? Or have you got two questions? First off, I'm absolutely fine. How are you? Yeah, but you don't have to ask me to ask a question. Just ask the question. That was your question. Has anyone watched? Has anyone in this stream watched any good films recently? It's good to hear from you. Oh, thank you. Just gonna finish this pizza off, guys. I can tell you guys that I have watched a couple of films this week. I watched Titanic for the first time because I'd never watched it. Thought it was alright. A little bit historically inaccurate in some places. I didn't mind the love story aspect. I don't really like. I watched Othello. I've never watched. I have heard of Othello, of course. Obviously, Shakespeare is taught in English schools. A lot. Probably my favourite film so far. I watched a film yesterday called Heads. I watched a film Friday night. Pardon me. No, I watched a film Thursday night called Heads of States. It's only just come out, but it stars John Cena and Idris Elba as the UK. Idris Elba is obviously a very popular British actor. He plays the British Prime Minister. John Cena plays the US President. And the two of them hate each other, but they're forced to go on Air Force One together. They're forced to go on Air Force One together to like make it look like they're doing a united front because people don't like them. These small messages, I can't type for life of me. These small messages. Well, sorry, it's all these small typing mistakes I keep making. That's fine. You can type as much as you want because obviously a couple of weeks, 2 weeks ago, you know, we were getting 30, 40 people watch the streams. Now we're back down to like between 10 and. We're now getting 7 to 10. Just let me plug my laptop in, guys. There we go. We're now getting to 7, 10 again. We're not. We've sort of dropped. We've dropped a little bit. So. Yeah, I've actually got rid of our little thing of where I had to basically put slow mode on. I've actually got rid of slow mode now. But yeah, but talking on that, so this film, it's called Heads of State, but it's like a comedy. But Idris Elba and John Cena are playing the British Prime Minister and the American presidents, respectively, and they hate each other because obviously John Cena's character is a former famous actor, who's become president of the United States, and Idris Elba's character is a former Idris Elba's prime minister is a. I can't see if I woke up to a cold and then forearm. Yeah, of course it's summer for me and winter for Australia. We do have energy drinks. We do have energy drinks in the UK. I think energy drinks actually merged in the UK. I'm not entirely sure. But energy drinks aren't actually that good for energy, though. Well, energy drinks were originated from Asia. But yeah, energy drinks aren't that good for energy. Like Lucozade, for example, one of the biggest energy drinks in the UK is Lucozade. Honestly, Lucozade is not actually that good. If you want to get dehydrated quickly, the best thing to drink is a cup of tea or milk. A genuine traditional cup of tea, milk or water is the best thing for hydration. Lucasade's not even in the top 15. Hello, Red Method. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, Lucasade's not even in the top 15 for hydration, which is quite an interesting one. So they call it the best thing for hydration, which isn't true. But yeah, I drink a lot of water. I think drinking water is a good thing. And we are streaming okay today, guys. I did nearly fall asleep in yesterday's stream, but it's probably because Decepted's Discord server had turned to shit. Decepted's server had gone really dead. Like me and Decepted were taking a piss. Me and Decepted were taking the piss. Spirits, as in what type? Like ghosts. Ghosts, yes, because I've had a ghost experience of where I was in a there's a cave that you can tour in the UK. There's a cave you can tour in the UK. I went down this cave, and there's a sign at the end that says sometimes you can see what you think is a ghost. And when I read that, I felt something, put their hand down on my shoulder, and I turned, and there was nothing there. My dad was like 15 feet in front of me, so he couldn't have turned back, and he couldn't have reached my back from there. And it gave me the heebie-jeebies, if you get what I mean. It gave me the heebie-jeebies. It creeps me the fuck out. Honestly, guys, it scared the absolute shit out of me but scratch marks are not actually scratch marks. I have not. What? But I wouldn't know though, because I'm quite clumsy, so I've got scratch marks. What the house that my great grandparents owned is haunted, according to my dad. Everybody, I saw shadows moving. So when my dad was like 11, when my dad was like 6 or 7, 8, 9, 10. Basically, because of obviously money back in the 1970s, money was a lot more scarce. So my grandparents on my grandparents on my dad's side, they lived with my granddad's parents, and that house they lived was reportedly haunted, according to my dad. So when he was like 6 or 7, he woke up to go to the toilet in the middle of the night, and he thought he could see a shadow of a ghost of a shadow of a little old lady standing at the bottom of the stairs, and he kept seeing it or something like that. He kept seeing it like every night or something like that. Every night. Years later, he was told that a little old lady had died falling down the stairs there. And basically, all these builders that were working on it claimed afterwards as well that they kept feeling like they got hit by something on the stairs. So that something had brushed past her. But years later, he found out that a little old lady had died falling down the stairs there. I've had that paralysis thing though, when you're consciously awake but you can't move. I've had that. That was creepy. My grandparents, though, on my mum's side, had a thing where she thought she could hear a dog coming up the stairs. She thought she could hear a dog coming up the stairs, running into the room and then jumping onto the bed, and then but they didn't have a dog. They thought they had a dog. They thought they didn't have a dog, and then when they woke up, there were scratch marks on the windows, on the inside. Which that's really creepy. That's really creepy. But I it's fun we're talking about this, guys, because obviously I'm writing it. I like write. I'm writing a horror book at the moment. Which would you guys like me to reveal the name of? So I'm writing a book, guys, and I can reveal for the first time that the book is called The Doll Maker. And this is going to be the creepiest and darkest horror story that you've ever read in your life. I have 14 scratch marks. It is a good title, isn't it? I actually come up with this over a year ago. I come up with it over a year ago, but my plan was to turn it into a short film. And when I saw about this competition, I was like, this Amazon competition, I was like, what a great title to end. I have 14 marks on my thigh. You're going to make one. You're going to make what? You're going to make what? Yeah, that's interesting. I've had that before. A story. Cool. But yeah, this competition, guys, it closes next month. It closes on August 31st. I've got a month left. I've been writing this book for a month. So as it stands at the moment, I've got nearly 18,000 words. I've got almost 18,000 words, which is roughly about 100 pages. Yeah, yeah, I've had that before when I've woke up with a scratch mark. Actually, no. Your sister's like an AC remote. Yeah, she doesn't shut up. She's got OCD, anxiety, and maybe on the autism spectrum, but she doesn't understand that people don't care about what she's talking about. So she'll talk and talk and talk, realizing that no one's actually paying attention. So honestly, she got kicked out of school so many times. Normally, it's the boy that gets kicked out of school. It's not that she's angry. She just she can't speak quietly. It's basically like her thing. She cannot speak quietly. So whenever she speaks, it's always loud. The amount of times, honestly, when I was younger, well, if I tell her to be quiet, she used to call my mum and say that I'm annoying her, because she basically, in her head, quiet means not waking up the neighbours in the 15 miles away. To her, quiet means not waking up someone that lives in a town 3 times over. Your story's called The Legendary Ones. Cool. What's it about? What's the premise? But yeah, normally it's the boy that gets kicked out. Well, the premise, a premise, James, is what's the actual story about. So, the premise of my story is man makes the premise of my story is man makes human dolls. But that's if you're trying to write a book, that's a bit concerning that you don't know what it's about. I wouldn't rush into try and write it. If you're trying to write a story, if you're trying to write a story, this is advice to everyone here. Do not rush into writing it if you don't know what it's about, because you'll only write a shit story if you don't plan it. If you don't plan it. But yeah, going to be creative. Cool. But yeah, but you never write a book. You never write a book without knowing what your book's about. You've got to have a idea before you start writing it, because you can't start writing a book till you have an idea. It's going to be called the Legendary Ones, but what's going to be legendary about it? You don't come up with a title until you've wrote most of it, because you can call it the best title in the world, and the title could have no relevance to the story. I've generally met someone that did that before. They wrote a book. A guy in my Discord server claimed that he was writing a Minecraft book, which I think he probably is. But I told him you can't use. He mentioned about how Steve and Alex were going to do this, Steve and Alex were going to do that, and I said to him, if you use Steve and Alex, you're going to have a lawsuit, because Steve and Alex are owned by Microsoft and Mojang. So you can write a Minecraft book, but if you use the actual Minecraft characters, then it's basically a lawsuit waiting to happen. The problem is, though, young people think, I'm going to write a story, but they don't look into the legal ramifications of it. They just see it as story. That this guy wanted to publish this, and I said to him, if you publish it, you will get sued and copyright claimed. You'll be sued for copyright. Alice and Andre. Yeah, there's other things that you can't mention. There's other things you can't mention as well. It's sort of this guy in my stream said, well, this guy made one called The Island. But my comment to them was, but that guy was paid by Mojang to do it. That guy was paid to write that. Whereas what, you haven't been paid to write that, so you legally can't use those character names. Hello, Anne Vidal, welcome to the stream. But yeah, like on that regard though, if you write a Minecraft book without with those characters, it is a lawsuit. It will be a lawsuit. It's basically the same as you can't write a Lord of the Rings book. I can't go and write, as much as I love Lord of the Rings and I love the films, I love the books, like the whole Middle Earth story, I can't turn around and write my own continuation of Lord of the Rings, because that is illegal. You can't do it. Someone did that the other year, sued Amazon, and then it ended up that he got sued back. It ended up he sued Amazon for his copyright or something like that, and it resulted in he didn't have legal permission to write his own Lord of the Rings sequel, and it got to the point that he's now been ordered to destroy all the copies of his book, which he's got to do legally. If he tries to publish it, he could go to prison. Lou and his friends will go to a different dimension. Cool. As a suggestion, as a different dimension, maybe it's backward. Maybe it's like a mirror world. So basically, he meets his friends, but they're all backwards. So Lou is Ul. And it's just everyone's names is backwards. So it's like a bizarro world. Everything's backwards. If his house is the world's back to front. So America's in the east and Russia's in the west. Lou and friends go back in time. Hold on, that's Hot Tub Time Machine, isn't it? Was that what it called? Yeah, I knew that was Hot Tub Time Machine, but Lou and Friends go back in time. Yeah, even if he did that, if he called the character Lou and they go back in time, there is a chance he could get copyright claimed over that, over you know I'm going to sleep a bit, guys. Jesus. But honestly, yeah. But with not story writing though, you've always got to be careful. So I wrote a character name for a book, which I'm keeping it, but I didn't realise there was a famous author called that. But I'm not changing the name because I can't be bothered. Because I didn't know there was a person called that. Back to the Past. I've always thought of a funny story about that. Imagine going back to the past and you accidentally, you are your dad. Imagine going back in time and you marry someone or something like that, and then you sort of realise that you are your dad to an anti-world. Yeah. Imagine doing a story about where you've gone back in time by accident and you don't realise that you never knew what your mum's maiden name is, but then you eventually find out that you are your dad. And it's like, so I thought that'd be really weird that turns out you are your dad, and they don't realise it until years later. And it's one of those I don't know. I thought it was weird. Hey, what do you guys think? Let's have a look. I want to have a look at the Club World Cup thing in a minute. Club World Cup. Bayern Munich are out. PSG won. Bloody hell, there was a lot of red cards. William Paco was sent. Was it Pacho Paco was sent off in the 82nd minute, and the Lucas Hernandez. Apparently, there was a really, really bad tackle. According to this, Jemima Swiler suffered a. Oh. Oh, I don't want to see that. That's nasty. That is a serious injury. Oh, I'm gonna be sick. I would have went back in time to get rid of my sister's dad after she was born, and I would send him to the Jurassic period. Why would you send him to the Jurassic period? Is he that bad then? Not to open up any old wounds, but if you're sending them to the Jurassic period, there's got to be. Well, sending them direct to the Jurassic period, that's indecent assault. Fucking hell. He was already kind of evil. Indecent assault. Please don't say on the kids. Oh. There are, but that's horrible. I don't get why people do it though. I just never understand that. It's like there's this woman, there's this lady, this girl, I think she's roughly my age. I occasionally I'll watch one of this girl's TikToks. But they had some not like that, but they had something along the lines of this girl had been this guy had got this girl pregnant, and then as soon as he found out that she was pregnant, he left. something completely different to that. But you know, why do people do that? Like indecent assault. Why do people do that? I was the one who indecently assaulted. Bloody hell. Yeah, yeah. I don't understand why people do it. Can you name the monsters in my story? What do they look like? What do they look like? But then also, because you've said that, Tyrese, I can see why you're I can see why your siblings see you as overprotected, because no one should go through that. I got cramp in my ankle. Ow. It's like, yeah, in the case of this girl's whose TikToks I see, she found out she was pregnant, and then as soon as she found out, the boyfriend just left. Yeah, I would name them, but I don't know what your monsters look like. I believe that knowing what they look like is a brilliant thing. I don't pick a name. When I'm writing a book, I don't pick a name that doesn't have the right sound, the right rhythm. So a guy in my Discord server. So if I'm ever writing a book, and I need a character name, I'll ask people in my Discord server. And this guy in my Discord server wanted them named after him, but their name was Aiden, and basically, but they're American, so they're American, so they didn't like that I spelt the name Aiden in the British spelling. But as I said to the guy, I said the story's based in Britain, it's not based in America, so yeah, that's absolutely wonderful, Tyrese. To be honest, I don't get it. It makes me sad. A guy in my college class said to us if he had a kid with like autism, he would pay for it, but he wouldn't look after it. I was just sat there like, that's horrible. Like, you know, the guy in my college class saying that, I was just sat there. I was sat there afterwards, and I was like, I was on the bus back actually. I was sat there, and I was just like, I feel sorry for people that can't have kids when if people want children and can't have them for, like, you know, medical or physical reasons, and then you've got people saying that if they had a kid they wouldn't be there for it. Which it's really sad. I find it sad. What do you guys think? Well, it wasn't just autistic. He basically said to us that if he had a child with special needs, he'd be part of its life by paying for it, but he wouldn't look after it. And I was sat there like, oh. But I find that horrible, to be honest, though. I find that horrible, to be honest, just because I thought it was tight. That's just my opinion of it. I thought what do you guys think? But every single person needs care. And it's sad if you really want children and you can't father children. If if you have children, you really want them and you can't have children. It's sad, and you've got people like that can have children. Really, you've got people that really want them and can't genuinely have children. And then you've got people that like that. If I had one with it looks like a star with 7 tentacles. Call them tent star. I'd get a mob of kangaroos and drop bears in one room and throw them in the room. Yeah, if you get what I mean, Tyrese, it's like I feel real bad for people that, you know, generally want children and can't have them because, you know, they're infertile or they've had injuries, which means they, you know, they can't generally father children. And then you got people that really want them and then they can't, and then you've got people like that saying about how they, you know, they don't want to be any part of the child's life. There was a football player that did that. He denied it was his. There was a football player that did that about 20 odd years ago. Played for Manchester United. He denied being the child's father until a DNA test proved it. But he still doesn't want to be part of the kid's life. And I think that's where it's wrong. Drop bears, road koalas. I've got a teddy koala on the desk somewhere. If I haven't mentioned it before, guys, part of my mum's side of the family moved to Australia, so I've got a teddy kangaroo somewhere that it's basically the same age as me because my aunt was living in Australia. My aunt was living in Australia where on my first birthday, so she sent back a kangaroo. So she sent back a kangaroo. I mean a teddy koala. Which koalas look really cute. But I saw this YouTuber's video on them, and he said when they brought it out, all you could hear was them screeching, and making noise. But they do look really cute. Oh, actually, you don't drop a bear in there. You actually go to Africa and you just grab a. Do you remember what you named it? Oh, Bear. I was only like 1 year old when I got it in like 2003, so I just called it Bear. I have kept them all. I've got to be honest, guys. I've got a teddy elephant that I've had since my first birthday, since my first Christmas, 2003. And I want to use it as a Easter egg. I want to use him as an Easter egg in every film, just because that's what I named him. That's just what I named him. It was just, you know, a random name. So whenever I wanted it, I used to go, Mama Bear. But yeah, I don't know. I can't answer that. I saw about that. A guy that's in my Discord server and Decepted basically said that it's hard. Basically, said something quite interesting. I have my teddy elephant since I was born. So do I. Mine's called Isambard. I've had it since 2000. I've had him since 2003, and he made a little cameo appearance in my uni short film. Because I want to have him in the background of every film in at least one scene, and it's sort of for you guys to go, oh, he's there. It's supposed to help everyday Americans. Yeah, a guy in my my Discord server. A guy in my Discord server said the big beautiful bill. A guy in my Discord server said about that bill. Said it might help some people, but instead it ups his college fees or something like that. I never named mine. I name them all. If I buy something like that, if I were to buy anything like that, I name them just because, you know, it's fun. I called him Isambard. But I called him Isambard. What is or full name Isambard, but Isambard. Hello, Miss Sweeney. Welcome to the stream. Your voice is awesome. Thank you. It's a very thick UK accent. It's a very thick British accent. Well, traditional British accent. One of the a more older British accent. I mean. But yeah, what was I going to say? Under the thing. So yeah, this teddy elephant. What the plan is, I want to use him. I want to use him as a little Easter egg thing in every film. So every film do, you always see him in the background somewhere. You're like, there it is for this film, and I think it's just a cool idea. It's like a little Easter egg thing. You've got to find it. He's British and I'm Australian. Yeah. Yeah, what was I? Sorry, Skate Punk. I just got to remember what it was. The big beautiful bill. Whatever it was, this guy said in my Discord server. But he's the guy who's in mine and Decepted's. He basically said to us on Decepted's Discord server. Basically, my Discord server, we don't really put a political chat in, whereas we've put a political chat in Decepted's chat because we talk about like politics and things like that. But basically, the guy in in the server said to us about the big beautiful bill might help some people, but it ups his college fees or something like that to a point where he might as well not go. But I don't think it's very. I think it doesn't help certain people. I think it helps more middle class people more than the ultra poor. But you never know. But then sometimes some bills do work. Wow. The one thing I think America needs, though, Skate Punk, you might not agree with me. I think America needs an NHS. I don't agree with the fact that you've got to pay for medical care. That should be most countries now offer that free, via having it as as a paid tax. Hello, Adil161088. What is NHS? The NHS, Tyrese Hall. The NHS was established in 1948. It's basically taxpayer funded, so the British taxpayer pays X amounts a month. But everywhere, if you're a British citizen, your medical bills in the United Kingdom are funded, are free because UK taxpayer money pays for every surgery for a British citizen in the UK. I don't think it is hard because the British government did it in 1948 with minimal fuss. I don't think it is hard, but I think the problem with America is you've got too many medical companies. Like, we could probably get more money, but all you got to do really is basically you form one big national body, and you merge them all together. You merge all your rival doctors and medics and big corporations together into one, basically create a public service. But Donald Trump would never want that to happen because the more rival medical companies, the better, because more business, more money. But that's more money on people. That's prioritizing profit over people's healthcare. But yeah, the UK. If you're a British citizen, you get. If you're a British citizen, you get your healthcare funded completely for free. UK. Because you have. Basically, you can have something in. You remember what you named the elephant? But that's what it shouldn't be, to be honest. I know some people don't like Obama. For example, Skatepunk. I know you. For example, you might not like Obama. You named it Ellie. Cool. For example, Skatepunk. For example, you might not have liked Obama. Barack Obama admitted that the angriest he'd ever been with the US Congress was the fact that a father that lost one of their children at Sandy Hook was given an £85,000 bill because they tried to resuscitate her 10 times before ruling her dead. But Barack Obama was absolutely angry at that. He said, why should Obama said in that, why should a mourning father have to pay an £85,000 bill because they tried to save his daughter's life after she'd been shot? Which Obama had a point. But I think that's why he made Medicare, which no, Obamacare, sorry. I think that's why he did Obamacare. There's a documentary that was done by BBC about Obama, about some of his early days, and the BBC presenter said he said Obama knew he couldn't create an American NHS because none of the medical companies would agree to it. That's why he created Obamacare. Obamacare wasn't what it was meant to be, but he wanted to create an NHS, but he physically could not do it. It's a really interesting concept, though. But yeah, British people thought British people thought Obama was all right. He was a decent human being in the fact that he was very respectful. He was very respectful, but I thought Obama was more respectful to Queen Elizabeth because Donald Trump just ignored royal protocol, and he walked in front of her at one point, which technically she could have had him executed for that one. I don't know if she could still do that. Can the British King? Can the British King execute someone? Well, capital punishment was actually dissolved in the UK in 1998. They should bring that back, though. There's a lot of talks recently that people want the death penalty brought back. I agree, they should bring it back for certain criminals. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about the death penalty, guys? Do you think the death penalty should be brought back in certain countries? I know America still has it on certain states. I saw a thing the other day about, especially in Australia. Well, what I like about Australia, though, Tyrese, is Australia. What I like about Australia is that Australia are a very good country for immigration. For certain people, I agree. There was a man in the UK called Harold Shipman. You guys, if you are over the age of 18, Google him. He was a doctor but from 1975 to 1998, he's suspected of killing 260 of his patients. Indecent assault, I agree with, and I also think paedophilia. I think paedophilia should be punishable by death as well. I think serial killer. I think mass murder should be one. But you've got to do it really. Hello, Faisal, Al Shamar, welcome to stream. But what you've got to do, though, what you've got to do with the death penalty is you've got to make it work. The reason we got rid of it in the UK was because in 1950 something they executed a guy for murdering his wife and child, and then it come out a few years later that it was actually the guy that lived below who was a serial killer that did it. And because the guy had a mental age of 5, or something, he had a mental age of, might not have been 5, it might have been higher, but this guy had a mental age a lot younger than he was. So basically they could, because they were asking him why he did it, he admitted to it even though that he didn't do it. And so basically, yeah, they had executed a man. They had executed a guy. They'd executed an innocent man. They'd executed an innocent man. 4 years later, they did actually. Your sister's dad. Yeah. There's a reason they got rid of it in the UK, but I think they should bring it back for extreme cases. Why should Why should you go and lock people up? Oh, you're going to be locked up for 50 years for this crime of murdering seven people. So I'm researching this at the moment, surprisingly, because I'm writing a horror story. I'm writing a murder story. Whereas in my story that I'm working on, which I'm publishing next month, or maybe late this month, I don't know, we've got a character. I've got a character that's now in the story confirmed to have killed at least 80 women over like a 20-year period. Hello, Kane Edits. Welcome to the stream. I'm 18 hours awake drinking coffee because I was on Hello Neighbours. But yeah, yeah. So like, looking at the death penalty though, do you guys agree that the death penalty should be? It's a really dark story. The story I'm working on, yeah, I'm writing the darkest horror story that you will ever read. And it's not as if it is the darkest horror story that you will ever read. I don't like watching horror films, but I know I could write a good one, and this one popped into my head last year, and I was like, fine, I'm gonna write it. It popped into my head that right, I am gonna write it. So, what am I gonna write? And then it all just went from there. But so on this big hill, but yeah, what do you guys think of the death penalty, guys? While we're discussing this, do you think we should bring it back in some countries, or get rid of it? So Tyrese agrees that it should be brought back. What's everyone else's opinions on it? What's everyone else's opinions on the death penalty? I know Skatepunk said for certain people. That's true, for certain people. Basically, there's a law in the UK, get rid of it. But why is that? Why is that, James? Why? Can I just ask you why you want it gone? Do you know that's you so cool? Did you know that's you so cool? Cool. Yeah. Is there any reason, James, that you think why you think that? Just an interesting concept. So I've been gone for a month. That's all right. It's all right, Tashimo Lumani. It's all right. We're just talking about the death penalty at the moment in this stream. What's your opinion on it? Get rid of it or keep it? Get rid of it or bring it back in other countries? Yeah, I did see that he was calling me cool. Yeah, thank you, Tashimo Loani. That's really kind of you. Yeah, what do you guys think? I know James said that he wants to get rid of it. But I want to know why that is. That's just an interesting concept. Yeah, but they do arrest them, James. You're arrested. We do anyone that faces the death penalty is arrested. Anyone that faces the death penalty is arrested. It's not as if they just take them and shoot them. That doesn't really make sense, to be honest. Anybody that's on the death penalty has been in jail, is in jail. So that there's no such thing as we should just arrest them, because they have been arrested. You can't execute somebody. You can't kill someone on the death penalty if they haven't been arrested. Oh, but yeah, that doesn't really make sense though, to be honest, because it's okay. No, I'm sad. I'm okay now. I'm sad. Okay. Is there any particular reason why you're sad? Well, if you would like to share it with us on the stream. Oh, I got cramp in my hand. But yeah. The problem is though, James, as well on that regard, is you can't keep arresting you can't keep jailing everyone, because there's only so many jail cells. The UK have got a thing at the moment where the UK had a problem last year where they had to release like 16,000 prisoners early because the prisons are almost filled up. But there are people in there for crimes that are absolutely, horrific. Do they deserve a second chance? With every criminal, though, you've got to go, do they deserve a second chance? Like, you like my best friend? Oh, thank you. Yeah. But, yeah, that's really kind of you. Thank you. But, yeah, on that regard of what I meant, James, is that in some countries you've got so many people in jail that you can't you can't jail everyone. You can jail everyone. You can jail everyone, but there are people there for very bad crimes. Like the UK have 67 people. By the way, Joe, on Friday I did 60 times 23 kg and 27 times 18 kg. Fair play. Hip abduction, yeah. But on that regard, though, like as we're talking about like crimes here, guys. The UK have 67 people on whole life orders. We don't have the death penalty, but we have whole life orders. The UK has 67 people who have been told that they will be in jail till they die, no exceptions. But why? Why are we struggling to jail prisoners when we've got 67 people who've done that done such violent crimes that they will... when we talk about crimes, though, guys, I'm gonna use an example. I'm gonna use the Lucy Letby case as an example. She's charged with murdering babies on a hospital ward between 2015 and 2016. 2 years ago, she got 14 whole life orders. You're going to die in prison with one whole life order, and she got 14. She got 14 whole life orders. She basically got, I think it was 7 murders, 7 attempted or something like that. She got 14 whole life orders for all 14 for each one. So basically, she got a whole life order for 7 for both. She got 7 whole life orders for the 7 murdered, 7 whole life orders for the attempted, 14 whole life orders. Why should we jail? Why should we struggle to put in cells when we can free up 67 with the death penalty? If you get what I mean, like, if you've done that bad a crime, why are you given this? Oh, you can sit looking at a wall for the next 40 years. We had a debate when I was in school. Do you have a lot of flashes and action figures? Do you have a lot of protests and action figures? I mean, I don't have action figures anymore. I mean, I'm 23. I still have my old. I still have some of my Doctor Who toys from when I was a kid. Like, 'cause obviously, it happened to be that it was the Doctor Who 50th anniversary when these were brought out. So I still got those. But yeah. And I've still got a lot of the Lego sets that I bought over the years. I still have the bodies to hide. You got sorry? You got what? You have a Funko Pop of Damien Lillard. I don't know what that is. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to Google it. Oh, American basketball player. Sorry, American basketball player. Yeah, I'm not very good at basketball, guys, but it might be because I'm only 5'9", so I was never very good at it. I was never any good at it in school. I was never any good at it in school, so it would be one of those. I would probably hit the target. I would probably hit the target, everyone. But, you know, if somebody in my class were to jump up, you know, they are stopping me from scoring because I was the second shortest person in the year. NBA player of the Bucks. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, I got to let you know. Yeah, I was never any good at basketball, guys. Do you want me to teach you? I mean, no, I mean, it's not that I wasn't good. I could throw the ball, but I am, as I said, guys, I'm only 175 centimetres. I was the second shortest kid in my school year, and I'm 5'9". So, you got to think there was like 40. There was like 40 boys in my school year. So you got to think 38 of them are over 5'9". So, I think the tallest person was 6'3". I think the tallest person was 6'3". So, got to think the rest 38 boys in my school year were all between 38 boys in my school year. There was 38 boys in my school year, and they were over 5'9", between 6'3". So it's interesting. That's a good taste of colour. Colour. I don't even know what you. The first I sunk a basket. I'm 5'9" 3/4, and the furthest I sunk a basket from the third of the court. Yeah, but yeah, it's one of those as well. I can hit the target, but in a match I was in like the shooting one. In a match I was terrible. But I was much better at football, though. I was much better at football, but football height doesn't really come into it. Ironically, I had to come in and tackle. There was a thing. There was this guy in my school year. Honestly, he was like 6'4". He was like 6'4", and he weighed like 130 kg or something like that. Back in the day, I weighed like 100 pounds. So I was probably what? I don't even know what 100 pounds is. It's about focus and paint. Just yeah. 100 pounds is 45 kg. So this guy was like, you know. And this guy was like 95 kg heavier than I was. This guy was like 90 kg heavier than me. So I was about 5'1". This guy was about 6'4", 6'3". I went in to tackle him in football. I took the ball and I took him as well, because I didn't just take him, I flattened him as well. Hello, Say Hill Animates. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I have a Chicago Bulls baseball. Cool. Sorry, basketball. Sorry, my eyes were playing tricks on me then. I haven't had much sleep, guys. My mum went to the Oasis tour yesterday, and I had to wait up till like 2 in the morning to and open the door because she didn't take her house key. Where should you hide the bodies? I have absolutely no idea. Why do you want to hide bodies anyway? That's just creepy. The haunted graveyard of Gravapavos. I don't know. I just took the word Grava and Pavos and shoved it together. I love creating names for stories because I can create some really. I wanted to do a short film at one point. It was going to be called Manhunt to Metropavalos. Maybe I'll still write that in the future, guys. I have no idea yet. Maybe that'll be the next thing I publish. Maybe I'll publish another book later in the year. I don't know. What am I going to do? In fact, guys, in December, it will be 2 years since my first book was published. In December, it will be 2 years since I published my first book. Since I published my first novel. It is illegal. It's not legal, no, Tyrese. It's... In fact, somebody did that. Somebody did that. That's what that Joe Exotic. Have you heard of? You guys have heard of Tiger King, right? You guys would have heard of Tiger King, like the Joe Exotic thing. That's what Joe Exotic's in prison for. He put he basically tried to pay a hitman to kill Carol Baskin, and the legal. I wish I could show you the drawing I made. Cool. Yeah, but yeah, it is actually illegal to do that. You can't legally put a bounty on. You can't legally put a bounty on someone's head. I think governments can do it, but I don't think people could. I don't think people can do it. I think it's illegal. But also as well, it depends who you want to do it. If you can't do it for like certain reasons, like you didn't like the comment they made. You didn't like the comment they made. There's certain things I don't think you can do it on. There's a writer called Salman Rushdie, a British author. The supreme leader of Iran put a death warrant on him in 1988 because of a book he wrote, which the supreme leader of Iran didn't like his book. But that's indecent assault. Yeah, that's a criminal case. But I don't think you can put a death warrant, a bounty on someone. I think, as far as I know on the legal side of that, Tyrese, I think if you do put a bounty on someone's head, I think it would actually backfire on you. I think that would be a prison sentence for you. I think, as far as I know. I think legally, I think putting a bounty on someone's head is illegal in its own right. But don't quote me on that. But I think it is. As far as I know, I think it is illegal to put a bounty on someone's head. So I wouldn't think... if you were considering doing that, which I don't actually think you are considering it... I think it is actually illegal. I think no matter the crime, I think it is illegal. I think you do want to do it, yeah. For indecent assault, yeah, I can understand that, but I think it is actually illegal. The UK, the world governments only put death warrants on people if they're terrorists. I think it's if they're terrorists and, you know, wanted for terrorism charges. I don't think it's legal to put a warrant on. He's dead to me, so I mean that's the best way to be, though. If you don't like what they did, let them die in that regard. Yeah, let them be dead to you. But it is actually illegal to put a warrant to put a bounty on someone. If you put a bounty on someone's head, I think if you put a bounty on someone's head, I think the person that said, yeah, I'll do it, I think they go to prison, and I think you go to prison for putting the bounty on your head, on someone's head, I don't know. Let's have a look. Is it legal to put... I've just had a Google of it. Basically, yes, in America, you can hire. It's illegal to hire. It's illegal to hire. Well, this is globally. It's illegal to hire someone to unlawfully detain, kidnap, injure, or kill someone. However, in the United States, you can hire professional bounty hunters who will track down and detain fugitives for justice. The only catch is they're not illegal in all states. It's legal to put money as a reward for information leading to the arrest of someone. But it is illegal in all countries to put a death warrant on someone. It's all countries. It's illegal to put a death warrant. It's illegal to put a death warrant on someone in all countries. You can... In America, you can hire a bounty hunter to obviously track down the fugitive, but you can't. You've got to hire professional bounty hunters. But it's illegal to put a death warrant on someone. A death warrant or a bounty or like a death bounty on someone's head, it is actually illegal. So if someone actually did that, for example, let's just if someone actually did that, they would go to prison as would the person that took the bounty. I mean, you have bail agents in the UK. Bail agents are basically paid by the lawyer to go and get the property back. So bail enforcement's at 13 to 14. Yeah, that's sick and horrible, and they deserve hell. But yeah, it is just to let you know, because you mentioned about is it legal to put a death bounty on someone's head? It is illegal to put a death bounty on. But if you did actually tell the police that, though, if you did actually tell the police that you'd been indecently assaulted, the guy would go to prison. The guy would go to prison. It's as basically... Also, on that regard as well, because you were 13, 14, it's not just indecent assault. Because you were 13, 14, if you actually told the police that, it wouldn't just be indecent assault, it would also be a paedophilia charge. It would also be a paedophilia charge. So whoever that is would be whoever, like your stepdad, I think you said, he would legally be classed as a paedophile. If you did call the police and obviously give his name, he would be arrested for paedophilia as well as indecent assault. As you were 13, 14. Elon Musk has launched a new political party. What's that called? Elon Musk has announced the creation of the America Party. What's the America Party then? Sometimes it takes a really long time. Have you ever heard of Hillsborough, Tyrese? Have you ever heard of Hillsborough? Sometimes it does take a long time for the truth to come out on these things. Sometimes, there's a lot of evidence to go through. Hillsborough was a football crash in the UK in 1989. The families of the victims waited 27 years for justice. 96 people died. 96 Liverpool fans were killed. 97 now, because a guy died recently from from injuries that he got at Hillsborough. But what had happened was that the police had opened. People had turned up to Hillsborough. Liverpool fans, I think, had turned up to Hillsborough without tickets. So they opened the barriers. They had more people than tickets. So they just opened the barriers to let more people come in. But they opened up the wrong barriers. So it's this already packed pen. More and more people came rushing into it. So, it ended up the people at the front were crushed against the railings. But the police put in a hit job, but Liverpool fans were... The police did a hit job and said that Liverpool fans caused it. There was fan violence. They robbed them. Apparently, the Sun... The police put the police put an absolutely ridiculous report in the Sun. Apparently, football fans pickpocketed brave cops was one of their thing. They put an absolute horror thing in, and it wasn't true. But the families of the victims waited 27 years until the police officer that was in charge admitted that he had lied on report and had made up information to cover his ass and cover all the other officers. Two police officers, honestly guys, two police officers at Hillsborough were bullied into changing their statements. A young female officer and another male officer. They said to reporters, this so-and-so, this guy that should have been dead, was apparently dead at 3:15, was actually alive an hour and a half later, and when he died. And they were bullied into they were bullied by the other officers into changing their stories to maintain the... What's deceptive? Oh no, it's not Decepted. It was Hab. But yeah, just talking about that though, sometimes it does take a year. There was a serial killer in the UK arrested in the 90s. It's over a year. They were arrested in February, and yeah. To be honest, Tyrese, there was a serial killer arrested in the serial killers in the UK arrested in the 90s. They were arrested in February. They weren't jailed till June of. They weren't jailed to June of the following year. You're making a comment, but cool. But yeah, it's basically there's a process of innocent until proven guilty. So you've got it to with like criminal cases though. You've got with criminal cases, you've got to get the evidence right. You've got to get the facts right, which is why it's a long process. You've got to make sure that you get enough facts right, because you've got to try and make sure that the person's not lying. It's basically a minefield, really. You've got to make sure that the person's not lying. They've got to make sure that in like a criminal investigation, they've got to make sure that that you're not lying. That's it's basically like that. It's basically a simple, really long process. It's quite complicated, really, but it's because they've got to try and get the evidence 100% correct, because you don't want to jail someone that hasn't done anything, or you don't want to jail someone on false information. I'm using this as an example from my book. I've wrote it into my story that a guy goes to prison for a murder he didn't commit, and that's why they have really long cases. I'm 100% honest. Yeah, I know that, but that's why criminal investigations, for example, takes really long time, because they've got to prove that you're telling the truth. They've got to prove that you're telling the truth, because, for example, the Harvey Weinstein case. Harvey Weinstein used to tell young women, if you go and tell the police, it'd be my word against your word, so you wouldn't do that. Because that's just a thing of what some people are like. If you go to the police without evidence, it's your word against their word. So I told this to a guy in my Discord server. A guy in my Discord server basically said someone was sending inappropriate messages, and then honestly, a guy in my Discord server claimed that this guy was sending him inappropriate messages, and when we asked the other guy, he was like, "No, I haven't." And then the other guy who said it said this guy, he's been sending me inappropriate messages. He wouldn't give us screenshots. We don't actually know what happened, because the guy wouldn't give us any evidence. Well, the guy had no evidence to show us, so we couldn't do anything. It's that's why they have really long sort of processes, because you've got to make sure the facts are 100% right. It's basically like, for example, you guys would have heard of BBC News, right? You guys would have heard of like BBC News. Honestly, if BBC News confirm like the death of somebody, it's true. Basically, if BBC News confirms something, it's true, because BBC News can't confirm anything without having about 6 or 7 sources from independent places saying the same thing. So, Diego Jota, who played for Liverpool, I thought his death was fake until BBC confirmed it, because BBC have to have about 6 to 8 sources saying the same thing before they can confirm it. So as soon as they confirmed it, I was like, oh god, it's true then. I'm gonna go. Oh, okay, that's all right. Thank you for joining the live stream, and I'll see you in the next one, Tyrese. Have a good rest of your day. It is day for you, isn't it? Good luck. This stream won't be on for much longer. It's currently 9:35 at night for me. I've got my book open in another tab, which I need to write some more. I need to finish it. I want to have it finished, go through and edit it, and then I can publish it. I want to get it finished because I'm really worried about spelling mistakes and grammar stuff. I'm not the best at noticing that stuff. I'm not the best at noticing stuff like that, so that's what I do, guys. I have to go and read. I can't skim read. I cannot skim read, so I've got to read every single word in stuff like that. I've got to read every single word because I can't skim read. Also, I don't like people that do skim read. My lecturer used to do that and give me really low marks, and then she used to read back up and go, oh, you did actually mention that. Hello, Destroyer Jim Weir. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Jigger S Artist. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Munchier. Hello, Muncher. Welcome to the stream. And hello, Destroyer Jim Weir. Welcome to the stream. How is everyone on this stream today? Java. No, this is Legacy. This is Legacy Minecraft Edition. It looks like Java because Legacy was based on Java, but it's not Java. Yeah, it's Minecraft Legacy Console Edition. Do 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 do. I just want to look up the Premier League table of last season a minute. Sorry. I'm doing good. How are you? Are you done with the new setup? Yes, I am. The new it's not really a new setup. It's basically I bought a new desk and I've had to move everything around. Where my desk would have been is now where my wardrobe is. I'm just basically where my laptop is. It's just further down the wall. It's further down the wall. We're at the other side of the room though, because this desk is left-handed. This desk is like a left-handed side. So I would not have been able to put it where we are. So I've basically just moved everything around. My laptop, for example, my laptop should actually be behind me right now because this is a curved. I'm basically half the desk is behind me. My laptop should normally be right there behind me, but I move it when I'm streaming, so I move it to the L-shaped part of the desk when I'm working, when I'm streaming, because so I can see. I'm doing really good, by the way. We started this stream in a bit of a panic because I split my finger open. Hello, who knows? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we started this stream with a bit of panic because I somehow split my finger open, falling. Minecraft, seriously? Yeah, this is Minecraft. Hello, who knows? Welcome to the stream. What an incredible name, by the way. But yeah, Minecraft, seriously, I love Minecraft. It's a game I've played for a long time. This world will be 9 years old next month. 9 years. This world will be 9 years old. I have played this world for so long. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I've played this world, guys, for so long that, you know, as I said, I was short and skinny when I started creating this world. When I created this world, um, but we'll probably end the stream soon anyway, because we're not going to stream long tonight. Hello, DVD bros. Welcome to the stream. I think my injury is infected, but I don't feel like visiting the doc. Probably isn't infected. I'm just overreacting. I still remember yesterday. Oh, your story. I was not saying that your story was fake. I was saying that your story that was so random. I was saying your story was so random when you mentioned on the stream. You mentioned about how you hadn't seen your brother for 6 years. You didn't know if he was alive. And then then you come back later on in the stream and said how your brother returned. To me, it sounded like you made it up. Because that story was just so over the top. It sounded fake. It's not that I said it was fake. It sounded it. If you get what I mean, it sounded really far-fetched. I haven't seen my brother for 6 years. I don't know if he's even alive. And then my brother's just returned. I'm not saying it is. I never said it's fake. It's just that the way you said it later on, it sounded too good to be a true story. What was the story? Spill the tea. Broke all them up. Hello, Concordastic Aviator. No, DBD Bros, who was in the stream, said about he hadn't seen it. His brother had left to join the army when he was 17, and he hadn't seen him in 6 years or something like that. And then he said something later on. He didn't even know if he said something about, I haven't seen my brother in 6 years. I don't know if he's still alive. And then later on, he said in the stream, my brother, sorry, there's a knock at the door. My brother's back, which to me it sounded like he'd made the story up just because. It sounded too good to be true. I haven't seen my brother in 6 years, and he suddenly turns up about an hour later. I'm not saying it's fake, DBD Bros. It's just the way you explained the story yesterday. It sounded. I believe the first bit, but when you said he turned up, I was like, what are the chances of you saying that and him turning up the same day? It just sounded. It might have been the way you wrote it, but it just sounded very. It sounded very, very story-like. It sounded like a plot to a film. Do I have Roblox? I have never played Roblox in my life because my sister used to play it in like 2011-12, and I always thought the game looked shit. No offense to anyone that plays Roblox, but the game looks like they gave up on it halfway through development. If you look at Roblox, honestly, if you look at Roblox's graphics, it does look like they stopped building it halfway through the process. Most video games look like Roblox when they're in their development stage, before they've added all the backgrounds and things like that. Roblox always looked like it was never finished. It's not that I'm saying it's evolved. It's still the same though. It's still the same. Like, it's still the same as in the graphics still look like it was cut halfway through development. Even though you've got a load of games on it, the game still looks like that they gave up on it halfway through the graphics element. It might have got better. But the graphics are still the same. The graphics still look like they were invented. No offense to anyone here, but the graphics still look like they were The graphics still look like it was made in 2006. I mean, that is when Roblox was made, but the graphics still, they haven't like changed the graphics. Yeah, I understand people like it, but I don't like it. I don't like a game that looks like it hasn't been changed. As a former Roblox player, I agree that. Hello, One Punch. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, what I mean is, if you look at it, I don't really like Roblox, but if you look at the game, no, Concasted, I don't think it is. Basically, a lot of video game companies now don't really care if you're on phone. So it's like Nintendo Switch, for example. I love Minecraft, absolutely. But Bedrock on Nintendo Switch is absolutely terrible. This world, I did get your name right, One Punch, is it? Is it One Punch or Punch? Sorry, I hate getting people's... But it depends what phone you've got as well. So, it depends what phone you've got. Did I get your name right? I hate getting people's name. Could you try Flappy Plane on Google? I don't play video games on my phone, to be honest. I use my phone for... I'm very much traditional in regard. I use my phone... Punch. It's okay, no problem. Yeah, sorry. I hate when I get people's names wrong on streams. To be honest, it actually annoys me. It actually annoys me when I get people's names. I'll tell you what is beautiful now with Minecraft, though. Roblox might be beautiful. I don't think it is, personally. But, vibrant visuals looks really nice on this world on my laptop. Just not on my Switch. Well, it doesn't have vibrant visuals. Honestly, guys, I've had this world... Hello, Waze Sabirin. Welcome to the stream. Indonesian, bro. Cool. Hello, Bite Rush. Welcome. At least try it on laptop. What was I going to say a minute? I've had this world now. I've had this Minecraft world now for 9 years. I've had this it'd be 9 years next month when I created this world. This world is absolutely unplayable on Bedrock. Minecraft Bedrock Edition on Switch, this world is unplayable. Because, I've had the world for so long, it is absolutely unplayable. Obviously, because we've built so much over the last 9 years. Sorry, I missed the last couple of streams. I was sick. That's all right. You don't have to watch every single stream. You don't have to watch every single stream. I'm not gonna be like, you need to be on my stream. You need to play everything. You need to do be on every stream. That's not true. You don't have to be on every stream. In fact, I wouldn't want you guys to sit down and watch every stream. For example, the graphics are fine. Oh wait, did you get monetized? I did, yeah. I hit monetization last week. Well, the week before. One of them. But we're not letting that phase us, though. I still haven't launched channel memberships yet because I can't work. Not that I can't work out how to do it. I've got nothing to do at the moment because I've got a load of videos to edit at the moment. But I don't know what I'd offer you guys. I might do channel memberships in the future. I'm thinking maybe when you... Congratulations, thank you, Destroyer Jumu, that's kind of you. But yeah, what I mean is that maybe I give you maybe if I do try... So you play it. I don't know, Concordastic Aviator. I don't play random games. I pretty much stick to what I'm used to. I stick to what I like. I pretty much film Minecraft all the time because I love the game and I've played it ever since I was 12. How about COD? I've never been that into COD. I've never played. Well, I played it with friends and I was terrible. They had like 30 kills. I had 0. Oh, but you need to be open to new stuff. I am open to new stuff, but a lot of newer video games I don't feel a call for. I've got to be honest. I prefer older video games. I prefer older video games. I'm not young, if you see. I'm not like young. I'm 23 and I'll be 23 in literally 5 months. I I stick to the games that I loved when I was a kid. So I want to stream Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga in a couple of weeks' time, maybe. Because Lego Star Wars: Complete Saga is the first game I ever bought myself. I bought it in 2007 when I was 5. So those are the games that I like to play. I'm just going to quickly close my blind curtain because it's getting dark. I can see the moon, but the moon is... That's so weird. I can see the moon, but there's just a random cloud in front of it, like a circle. That's so weird. It's like a portal into another dimension. Happy early birthday. Thank you. But I have to tell you, my birthday's not till December. It will not be my birthday for another like 5 weeks, 5 months, 3 weeks or something. Sorry, trying to turn this lamp on. There we go. But yeah, I'll never do members only content. Yeah. Basically, if I do a channel membership thing, I would give you guys a free copy of this Minecraft world. I would give you guys a free copy of this world for you all to enjoy. So you can walk up to the snow globe. You can walk up to let's just quickly go over there so you can see it a bit better. You can walk up to, say, the King of the Hill mini game. You can walk up to, Bob the Villager's house, knock on his door and ask him for a breakfast steak. We can walk over to the little harbour, then walk over to the other harbour. You can walk up to the end ship that we've built in the overworld, the Nether in the overworld, things like that. I recently noticed that you're playing an older version. Yeah. I started filming content on this when I got this version of Minecraft in 2017, and I've never stopped. I've never stopped playing this version, even though when Bedrock got brought out in 2017, I continued to play this version. It's just because I like it. I will move this world to Bedrock eventually, but I don't really want to at the moment. And a lot of people at the moment are going, "Oh, you're playing old Minecraft. Oh, I love old Minecraft. I love that you're still playing it, even though that you could have probably about another 10, 15 updates of stuff, and you're still playing it." Yeah, but that's part of the reason, to be honest, Bite Rush. When I started playing this version, I moved a copy of this world to Bedrock when Bedrock came out. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't corrupt your world anymore. There was a chance it would do that in like when they brought out Bedrock. Yeah, it would. Stampy, for example, Stampy Longhead or Longnose, whichever one it was, because he had 2 channels, Longhead, Longnose. Stampy, for example, he did a Bedrock video when Bedrock came out of it actually destroyed. It actually, it corrupted it. It doesn't corrupt your world, because when it moves to Bedrock, you still get a copy of. You still keep your legacy copy. So I move a copy of this world to Bedrock ever so often. Hello, My Little Pony I Love. Welcome to the stream. Whenever I port a world over, I put a world to Bedrock ever so often to see how many days of Minecraft I've played, because Legacy Console Edition... I don't understand. I like or not like your voice. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, that's nice. This is our little island. We built the end ship, which was just a fun build idea. Yeah, what was I going to say? But thank you, My Little Pony I Love. I do get that from people. I have people hate my accent because I've got a really thick Southwest British accent. So there are people that don't like my accent. But yeah, I'll move. Yeah, one punch. I would move. I would move to my world to Bedrock quite often just to see how many days of Minecraft I've played. Because Legacy Console Edition counts how many days you've played, but you can't see it. So whenever I put it to Bedrock, I can read what it says. And I think the last time I did it, I think I was at 8,300 or something like that on this world. So yeah, but yeah, it doesn't corrupt it anymore. It doesn't corrupt it anymore. I've got a copy of this world on my laptop, on the Bedrock version on Windows 10, and it basically runs the world really nicely. It's just that all the textures change. But I've got to be honest, when I put it on Vibrant Visuals the other week, I was gasping because of how nice the world looked. Yeah. Let's quickly pop to here. So yeah, what I mean, guys, is if I were to do that, I would make sure that people can see some of these builds because of just how hard they were to build. Because you've got to think as well, this is a pure survival world. And plus, I don't have things like scaffold in because it's Legacy. So to build this, I generally had to jump down at this pit and hope for the best. I've got to admit, I used a glitch to build this. There was a sand glitch. There was a sand glitch that you could make sand float, and then you would break a post. If you put a load of sand on a post, it would make sand float eventually. So I made a sand floating ring and just dropped it, and then we just had to go down and dig all the sand out. Basically, it was technically cheating, but it was a glitch that worked in our favour. That it technically it wasn't cheating because it was a glitch within the game that worked. If I had some sand, I would show you it. I don't have any sand, but we would have some at home. This is a desert temple, guys, which this desert temple is fake. You've got some chicken soup, cool. Why people don't like my voice? Because I've got a very thick... Any FIFA lately? I played a little bit of FIFA last night off stream. Because I didn't stream it, but I did play FIFA last night for a bit. I managed Everton for a bit, so basically, no, I played it this morning actually. Basically, what I did is I did an Everton career mode where I signed players that Everton are linked with at the moment for signing. So that's sort of what I did. I signed people like Jack Grealish and Tiano Barry. I signed people that Everton have been linked with in recent weeks. So I signed Conor Gallagher as well, because there was a rumour yesterday that Everton are going to sign Conor Gallagher from Atletico Madrid. Which Everton wanted to sign him for the last couple of years. But he went to Atletico Madrid last season. Played for Chelsea, 8 goals. Scored 6 on loan for Charlton. Scored 2 on loan for West Brom. Scored 8 on loan at Crystal Palace, and then scored 3 for Atletico Madrid since he signed. Good player. He is a good player. Everton had 45 million bid turned down from him the other year. Is that sand? No, it's not. But I need a fence post now. I've got a little bit of sand, but I need a fence post. Finding one in here would be amazing. Ah, here we go. We've got a bit of wood, bit of sticks. That should help us, shouldn't it? Well, need a crafting table now, but I need a crafting table now. Where are we going to find one of those? Probably in this little house, which I actually built this house. Does Brighton have a good team? Brighton. I don't know. Brighton's interesting. Brighton's only as good as their... Brighton is... My opinion on Brighton is that if they change their strategy, they fail. So, you know, on the thing with Brighton, though, Skatepunk, is Brighton are a good team. Brighton are a good team, but I don't think they're going to be great forever. they had a real good period of where everything was going right, and all their investments had worked really well, but not. Leicester had the same. No, to be honest, no. All these builds are me. All these builds are me, bar like one, which was built by. I used to let subscribers build. Old Minecraft. It is old Minecraft, yeah. I used to let subscribers come on, but a really bad griefing period in 2018 resulted in I stopped it. So yeah, everything on here is me. To answer your question, yeah, everything on here has been built by me. Basically, I think I'll say I've made 99.99%. Only about 0.1% has been built by someone else. I think your PC is lagging. It's not my PC. It's basically the console. Yeah, goodbye, James Heiser. Have a good rest of your night. Yeah, basically everything here has been built by me, bar 2 builds that I can point out. Basically, if we pop through the towns, this is our town. We built McDonald's. The only thing that I haven't built, One Punch, is that house over there. That house over there, I didn't build. I built the harbour, but I didn't build that house. And there's another house somewhere else which I didn't build. So on this world, there's only 2 things that I didn't build. Out of probably 400 or 500 builds on this world, maybe more. Out of probably 800 or 900 builds that are on this world, I have only 2 of them aren't built by me. We've built everything over recent years. We've built snow globes, dirt houses. It's basically, I was getting bored. I used to do like a Let's Play series on here where, we have a villain, we fight the villain, and I got bored of it. And I was sort of falling out of love with making YouTube videos. So I was sat there one day and I was like, why don't I switch this up? I was sat there like, why don't I switch this up and I build whatever I want? So I changed my Minecraft content, guys, to I build whatever I want. So we've built all this a lot of this has been built in recent years because we just started building whatever we wanted. So we built that circus tent last week. We built that a month or 2 ago. And it's got to the point we just build whatever we want in this world because the way I describe it, guys, is that your Minecraft world is your world is everything here is survival. This is all survival. This is a legit survival world. The way I would describe it is this is my forever world. I did a video on that last December, I think. I did a video last December called This is my forever world and you can make one too or something like that. So I did a video about why this is my forever world and what this world means to me. Because this world means a lot to me. I don't know how old you are, for example, One Punch. But I was 13 when I created this world. I was roughly nearly 14. Hi, my name on Minecraft is Termidor Nuke. Cool. Yeah, so I don't know how old you are, for example, One Punch. But I was almost 14 when I created this world. And I was short, skinny, and being bullied a lot. I was being bullied in school for everything. Being short, skinny, and when I gained weight, I was bullied for being fat. Well, chubby. This Minecraft world meant a lot. So whenever I started filming on these videos, whenever I started building on this world just basically became my... It was my summer holiday project in between school years. And then it just basically becomes something that I play all the time because I love this world so much. We've built a fair bit this year. We've built that this year. We built that. This year has basically just been we build whatever we want. But yeah, it's basically I've been playing this Minecraft world for almost a decade, and it's sort of the whole thing is survival. Everybody, the whole world is survival. Can you add me? Hello, Noah, Max. Welcome to the stream. I'm not playing crossplay, I'm afraid. I'm playing Legacy Console Edition. Oh, hi. Oh, okay. Hi. This was built as a memorial for 80 years since the end of the Second World War, guys. We built this on the 8th of May. What are you playing? I'm playing Minecraft Legacy Console Edition. I'm playing the old Minecraft, the 4J Studios version. Speaking of wars, I have a question. Yep. What is your question, Skatepunk? What is it? Is this a server? It's not. This is generally just my Minecraft world. I get it. I understand the point. Yeah, it does look like a server because so much is built. But generally, all of this has been built by me, bar 2 worlds. 10 years? Yeah. Well, it'll be 10 years next year. Technically it's 9. Technically it's 9 at the moment. But yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Black Zana 28. That's really kind of you. But yeah, I've played 9 years on this world, and plus we don't have Ocean Aquatic. Plus it's 1.12 as well. So I've played 8 years on a version which hasn't had an update in 8 years. I love it though. It's fun. So basically every year we put a sign on this tree. So in literally a month's time we'll be putting number 9. And we've got enough spaces on the legacy tree to go to 12 years. We've got this tree as well. We could put them on that tree. We can put it on that tree as well. Basically, this tree was because there was a jungle tree. I didn't have a jungle anywhere near here. I now realise there's one literally like 500 blocks away. But 9 years ago, that felt like a half an hour trek. So I brought a couple of jungle trees back and I planted one there, and I love it. I never chopped it down because it just become the jungle tree on the mountain, and I think it just looks really cool, guys. Literally, I thought it just looked so cool. I thought it just looked incredible. So we've just got a random jungle tree on this mountain, and we've kept it here for the last decade. Pretty much, we've kept it here for over the last 10 years. Thank you, Angela Collins. That's really kind of you. We're aiming to hit 7,000 roughly by the end of the year. The aim was to hit 7,000 by 2027, but I didn't expect to hit. Predict to hit 6K so quickly. This year's been a bit of a weird one, but I've loved every second of it, and I love everyone that takes time. Did you see my question? No, I have not, I'm afraid, Skatepunk. It hasn't shown up. But just give me a sec. It might be that sometimes if I'm looking for a YouTube studio, sometimes comments don't show up. But give me 2 seconds and I'll have a look. I'm just going to mute my audio. Not mute the sound on the stream, but if I click on the stream with my laptop audio on, I hear my own voice back, and then it throws me off because I can hear me. Then you guys can hear me from just now. Where is your comment? In fact, your comment hasn't shown up at all. I play Minecraft on PS4 and stream off my mobile. Sadly, I can't see the chat unless the stream is over and I check a PC. Yeah. Thank you to the people who've liked the stream, by the way. That's really kind of you. But yeah, talking of that as well, like I've only started doing these short streams recently because I just saw other people doing it, and I'm doing these like vertical streams, and I thought, oh, I'll do one of those and just see how people do them, because I didn't know you could do them, and I've decided, I've worked out a way so that you guys see my full screen at the same time. I'll substream it and no chance sub. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Noah Max. That's really kind of you. As it stands, guys, as I said, we're aiming to hit 7,000 by the end of the year. We were going to do it by 27, which we can up that now to probably 8k, I think. Oh, thank you. What do you think? I don't know, Skatepunk. Your comment hasn't shown up. Put it into the Discord server, Skatepunk. Comment it in the Discord server. And it will show up then. To be a soldier in... Yeah, basically, it hasn't shown up, so put it in the Discord server instead. We do have a Discord server for this YouTube channel, guys. We have a Discord server for the YouTube channel. We talk about Minecraft. We talk about other stuff, other topics in there as well. It's basically... You are 9 years old. Yeah, you shouldn't be on YouTube if you're 9 years old. I don't think anyway, because YouTube says 13 years and above. But, honestly, my question is, what do you think the worst war to be a soldier in? Ooh. Hello, Try 6, welcome to the stream. There, I commented. Okay. Yeah. That's a really good question, Skatepunk, actually. Most people will say World War One, World War Two, but I'd actually argue we had real good medic supplies in World War One and Two. World War Two, you could survive. I'd actually argue it's something like I'd actually argue the biggest, the worst war to be a soldier in is probably something like the Napoleonic Wars or something like that. You know, you can survive getting shot by a bullet. You can't survive having a cannonball through your chest, can you? I'd actually argue it's probably something like the Napoleonic Wars, because you don't want a cannonball hit. You don't want to get hit by a cannonball. Because a cannonball, guys, a cannonball could be the size of my fist, or it could be the equivalent of, as big as my laptop. I didn't think that far back. I'm from Egypt. Cool. Welcome. I was thinking World War One. World War One, yeah. But World War One was fought with bullets and bayonets. So a bayonet will do a clean cut pretty much. But World War Two was fought with bayonets as well. Guns, bayonets. We don't really use bayonets anymore. But yeah, I would actually argue it's Napoleonic France. So... what am I thinking about? Horatio Nelson, who basically is the reason we had Horatio Nelson. It's basically why we have Trafalgar Square, and but Lord Nelson and Lord Horatio Nelson, he was. The bayonet's cooler than the gun. Well, bayonet is like bayonets are like swords. One of my favourite... have you guys ever heard of the British comedy series Dad's Army? It ran between 1968 and 1977. It ran for 9 seasons. It's one of Britain's best comedy series. It's basically a little sword. Arnold Ridley, who played Private Godfrey in the series Dad's Army, he fought in World War Two. He fought in World War One. He was hit in the back by a grenade. In World War One, he was shot by he had a bayonet go through his hand. He had a bayonet go through one hand. So yeah, I think bayonets are no shit. Like, fair play to him for continuing on with his career. Bearing in mind he took a shrapnel to the back, a bayonet through the hand. But yeah, it's just interesting stories. But on that thing as well, though, with people in like the armed forces, 1,000 years, like 100 years ago, like in Napoleonic France, we had guns. We would be shot by guns, but you still use cannonballs back in the day. Back in that period. I went AFK. That's all right. You don't have to watch the stream the whole time. But yeah, we were just answering a question. Escape Punk said, "What do you think the worst war to be involved in was?" And I said most people will say World War One and World War Two, but I'd argue it's probably like the Napoleonic Wars, because you can survive getting shot, you can survive getting taken a bullet, you can't survive being hit by a cannonball, which I think everyone would probably agree with that. You might be able to survive if it was a small cannonball, but it would have to be minuscule, very minuscule, because obviously cannonballs are huge. A cannonball could be the size of my fist, or I've seen a cannonball once which was the size, literally bigger than my head. I mean, there's cannonballs bigger than my fist, of course, guys, because I am quite short, but I say I joke that people call me short when I'm not actually short, which is kind of funny, but you know. In fact, everyone on my streams last week kept calling me Papa or Uncle, because they worked out that I was 23 nearly, and I'm like, I'm not old enough to be a Papa, and everyone that was commenting that is like between 7 and 8 years older than me. The Battle of Thermopylae, maybe, yeah. But those words were swords and arrows. So I'd argue they were pretty bad. Like you wouldn't want an arrow. You wouldn't want to get hit by an arrow. In fact, one of the kings of England, Harold Godwinson, who was the king of England before William the Conqueror conquered England from Normandy in 1066, he died in the Battle of Hastings, taking an arrow through the eye, which was I was going to say, to be honest, I've never tried to make or build a city or some buildings in survival mode. I created 2 super wars with creative mode and starting first to find a village. Yeah. Arrows are basically bullets, but more ancient. But a bullet's a lot faster, though. You can survive. You can see an arrow's going to hit you, but with a bullet, it's like, it's 300 miles an hour sometimes. I understand that. One Punch, yeah. I do have creative worlds. This happens to be my big survival world, but we do have creative worlds. I'm not doing a survival legacy episode. I'm not doing like a survival episode, so I jump to a few. I still have my worlds on Xbox One. Cool. Yeah, I've still got a couple of my Wii U, because I had the Wii U edition. This world was ported from the Wii U, because Nintendo Switch and Wii U was a bit like Xbox One, Xbox 360, and PS3, PS4. You could port your worlds from Xbox 360 to One, PS3 to PS4, and Wii U to Switch. I do have creative worlds, so this is a world I created in 2017. It's called Galactica City, so it's basically it's a huge city. It's basically a huge city. It takes up quite a chunk of the map. And these worlds are 800. These legacy worlds are 800 by 800. Well, the maps are 800 by 800. So this city is fairly big on the map. But yeah, it's just one of those. I love building. So we are currently in the spawn area. This is basically the spawn area of the city. We spawn next to this cake shop, guys. We spawn next to this cake shop. We've built Pizza Huts. I don't know if they have that in other countries. I know they have it in America because it emerged from there. But I'm not very good at making letters, so it looks like it says Pizza Hut. We built Game, which Game is a really big shop in the UK. Basically, if you're American or anywhere else, guys, you'll probably have GameStop. Game is basically British GameStop. Game is absolutely massive in the UK. If you buy a video game, you probably buy it from Game. We've got a PS4 Pro. We've got an Xbox One X in the side here. We've got neon red switches and grey Nintendo switches. There's also pizza. Okay, yeah, I didn't know whether it's in every country. We've got some video games on the sides here. Basically, my friend helped me. GameStop is big here in America. Yeah. Basically, Game is the equivalent of GameStop in the rest of the world. We have Game. I've built a couple of Game. I want to build Game in I want to build Game in my Survival Legacy world. Maybe we'll do that. We've got KFC right here, guys. Hello, Arda Karagos. Welcome to the stream. I've got to be honest, guys. I didn't build this one. I let subscribers come on and build. So this subscriber happened to be a very good builder. I can't remember. I remember his name. Ironically, the guy that built this now has a YouTube channel. His name is Linkalot. He's roughly got. That's a different channel, I believe. I'm still subscribed to him. I think I'm still subscribed to him, so I'll find the channel name. Linkalot. There we go. 2,590 subscribers. Ooh, I've left the stream. That's not what I wanted to do. But yeah, the guy that built this had an incredible Minecraft world at the time. In fact, I've got a series somewhere on my on my channel where I asked him could I tour his Minecraft world. I'll put the channel name in of the guy that built this. This is Dan TDM's statue, which someone else, a subscriber, built this, and I jokingly put a little bit of a beard on it, and it's just grown and grown and grown to now it's touching the floor. He has got, I've given him a bit of a double chin so I could put the beard on, which I only did it for a laugh, guys. I'm building like a little industrial estate across here at the moment. This is my house that I've built here, guys. I built a little mansion for myself. This is the Bad Blocks Estate, which is my Switch name. This is the Bad Blocks Estate. Some of these builds are old, though. I built some of these a long time ago. I did redecorate the garden recently. I did do this garden recently. But, put the stairs up here. If I quickly go up here, I can show you guys some of the builds here. This is my bedroom, so I sort of decorated it. This is Decepted's room. Decepted, who obviously everyone knows on this channel, is my moderator and also a very good friend of mine. So basically, I do let Decepted get away with some funny comments on streams. Over here is a design of what over here is a design of what my bedroom looked like. This is a design of what my bedroom looks like. What I wanted my bedroom to look like. I generally built my Minecraft bedroom in Minecraft. As you can imagine, this is sort of what it looked like at the time. I need to change this now because it doesn't look like this anymore. The walls are grey. So desk, white desk, shelf. This is not what it looked like. This is what I wanted it to look like. Radiator, bookshelf. That bookshelf is now gone, everybody. The bookshelf broke the other day. My parents must have had that bookshelf for 25 years. My parents had that at their old house before they had me, so... this is Galactica City Football Stadium, so I'm a huge football fan myself. So we got the Galactica City logo on the stairs here, and if I turn, we've got Galactica City on the side here, and we've got the letters GC, Galactica City, on the side here. This is the apartment building. Me and Decepted decorated a couple of these rooms. So this is my decorate room. A flying balloon. One of those from Japan, or a plane. I have got a flying balloon. Do you mean like a hot air balloon? Do you mean like a hot air balloon, or do you mean like a Zeppelin? I have built a plane. I have built a plane before, but that's on a different world. But we'll go on to it because why not? Ironically, it's the one further down, which is really funny. I don't know if we might be on it. We might be on the plane. The plane should be above us, shouldn't it? Where is it? There's the bugger. Actually, let's I can't find it. There's beds. Let's go onto this building here. Sleep on it for a moment. We're just sleeping on the top of the building. The one thing I don't like about Minecraft, though, is that clouds go through buildings, guys. That's one thing I don't like. Here's our plane. This is our Boeing 747, I think. I don't know. I've even put a hole in it so we can get in it. It's not that decorated, guys. I have to admit. You know, I'm not the best at decorating stuff. But yeah, this is our genuine plane. I've put a little glass thing so you can see like the world, some of the city below. But so this is the front of the plane. You can't see much, which is that's not ideal. So we're gonna fly at this hole. And I can show you the view. So this is a completely different city. It's on a completely different world. This was the first one I built. This one's not as big. It's not as big, but there's probably more builds because this one's more compact. We've got down here, over here we've got a helicopter that lands on the G building. We've got a helicopter that lands on this building. This building I call Wing. I called this building Wing because it looked like a wing. It basically, if you look at the shape of the building, it looks like a wing. It's basically... And then we built a theatre. We did build a theatre, guys. I've got to admit we built a theatre. Building this theatre was a fun build, and I've used this theatre to I did a video a few years ago during COVID. During when we had COVID, I turned this into a green screen and I played a short film through it. I played like a little short film through it, but I basically put a green screen and green screened this into the theatre. So it's kind of like the theatre was airing a film. I was airing a little Minecraft film in it, and I really liked the idea of that. Also, thank you everyone. We have hit 1 million lifetime views in the last few days, which is incredible. So thank you everybody. I'm going to quickly go to our other world. I'm going to go back to Legacy because based on what One Punch mentioned, I have built a flying balloon. I've built a hot air balloon on my survival world. I don't know where we are. We're near my house, so we're not that far from it. Right, if I go over here, we can find our hot air balloon. So here's our balloon. This was a Christmas build that I built at Christmas time because I was thinking of some builds to build at Christmas. So I built this last Christmas time, where we built a hot air balloon, which we're gonna have a look at it from here because it's. There we go. This is our hot air balloon. So I just had to look at a hot air balloon. I thought they were invented by British people, but they weren't. It was a French invention. Genetically modified direwolves brought back from extinction have doubled in size. That's cool. They are quite cool. What that? Oh. I can't remember the direwolf is an extinct. Colossal Bioinsights. That's the one. No, your buildings are way better than mine. Well, I was only like 15 years old since I created my first world city. That's not bad. I mean, I started creating this world when I was like, I was 14. So I would have only been a year younger than you are. In fact, would you like to see what this world looked like in 2016? Because I've got a copy. I've got a copy of what this world looked like in 2016. Where is it? That's Legacy 2018. Leg old copy. That's the one. Leg old copy. I've got a copy of my world from 2016, 2018, and 2024. I didn't get one in 2020 or 2022 because I forgot all about it. So this is what my world looked like in 2016. So we would have this house. This is still here. I'll go to exactly where we were. So we were right by that hot air balloon. We were right by that hot air balloon. So building a pixel art of Mario Bros 3. Cool. I love Mario. I've got to be honest, guys. I love Mario. I love Mario Kart 8. Mario Kart 8 I played a lot when I was younger on the Wii U. Basically, that hot air balloon would be right here. That hot air balloon would be roughly here. Because I have flattened a bit of this down. That hot air balloon would be right here. Hello, Benjamin Dyer. Welcome to the stream. The hot air balloon, guys, would be right here. So this is what my world looks like in 2016. There's nothing here bar a couple of builds. That is still there. That was still there, but we got rid of it. That house is still there. I got rid of that last year. What time do you start my stream? Start my streams? I would normally start my streams at 3 PM UK time, but it happens to be that I'm currently writing a book for a competition. I'm currently writing a novel for a competition that I'm entering. So I'm starting the streams a little bit later, so I've got time to finish my novel. I've got the novel open in another tab. I'm currently on chapter 10. I believe. Might be 11. Let's have a look. Slash. No, not slash. FNF. Chapter. I'm using it on Google. Chapter 10. Yeah, I'm on chapter 10, guys, of my novel that I'm working on. It's going to be called, I'll reveal the name to you. I've already mentioned it on today's stream. The name of the novel is going to be called The Doll Maker, and it's going to be a crime. It's going to be a crime story about a man that makes human dolls, which is why it's called The Doll Maker. So it's a very creepy story. I don't like horror stories. I don't like horror stories and things like that. So I'm trying to make a horror story that I wouldn't want to watch, which I can't wait to read that novel you're making. Oh, thanks. That's really kind of you. Yeah, it should be out by the end of this month or early next month. I want to have it out before the competition ends. But even if I miss the competition deadline, I'll either hold on to it for a year or just publish it. But I think a lot of people on these streams at the moment, who are watching these streams at the moment, not just this stream, but all of the streams, I think they're quite excited for it, so I probably would just publish it anyway. I probably would just publish it anyway, as, you know, just a thing to do. Sorry, I was just reading something a second. Yeah, but that's just it. So this is basically, there's not much of this still exists. This where this house is now gone because I turned it into a lake. This secret chest room still exists. It's just, it's impossible to get to, but you can still get here via this tunnel. This tunnel technically still exists, but it's blocked off at one end. I've always wanted to do one of those, oh, I forgot what you call them. I've always wanted to make, I can't remember what you call them now, guys. I've always wanted to make a, what do you call them, secret, this room still exists, the old diamond room. In 2016, this would have existed. Basically, this is my old chest room. This room still exists. It just doesn't exist anymore. This is my old bedroom, by the way, guys. My old bedroom is now where the old bedroom is now where the old chest room on my newer house would have been. Thank you to the people who've liked the stream, by the way. That's really kind of you. Could you use some more width, in my opinion? Sorry, Omnivale, I did not see your comments. If you're still in the stream, Omnivale, I'm so sorry. Your comment never showed up for me. I've literally just seen it now. And thank you to the people that have commented. 31 people have commented on this stream today. That's incredible. So thank you, everybody. Let's see if somebody overtakes James Heiser as the number one commenter. I think Skatepunk might be able to do it because him, Tyrese Hall, and James Heiser are all on 150 XP, whatever that means, with that new feature. Have you guys seen? Honestly, have you guys seen that new feature? The new little feature. What is it? Do I enjoy being British? Of course I do. It's some people say it's offensive to say you're proud to be British. I don't think it is. If you're from Israel, is it wrong to be proud you're from Israel? If you're from Palestine, for example, is it wrong to be proud that you're from Palestine? I would say no. You should be proud wherever you're from. You shouldn't be told by other people, oh no, you can't be proud because you're British, but I can be proud because I'm American. The new YouTube feature is like a leaderboard scores. Oh, yeah. I've only just got the new feature. I took a couple of days off streaming earlier on in the week because I've currently been building a new desk. There is nothing wrong with being proud where you're from. I'll be honest. I'm a bullied person. I was bullied a lot when I was younger. This is the same world, everybody. This is the same world. It's just what it looked like in 2016. Exit without saving, because I never save on this version. YouTube is having an overhaul, though. So, how many people here are over the age of? 16? Just out of curiosity, how many people here are over the age of 16? Because YouTube are overhauling it, almost 20. So you're only you're a few years younger than me then. One Punch. I'm 22. I'm almost 23. So you're roughly 3 or 4 years younger than me. Yeah, YouTube's changing the rules to make it so that if you're 16 years and over, you can stream, but they're changing the rules to stop people under the age of 16 being able to stream, which I understand why. Because you've got there are some young people who are streaming, and you know, people, I think it's for protection laws or something like that. I come across a stream the other day. When I was flicking on YouTube Shorts. It was a 5-year-old doing one of those sleep streams. Yeah, YouTube are changing the rules on the 22nd of July. Yeah, YouTube are changing a... let's have a look. YouTube stream change. Here it is. Yeah, YouTube are changing it on the 22nd of July so that if you're 16 and over, you can stream. But if you're 15 years and over, you cannot stream. But you've got to have a visible adult with you while you're streaming if you're 15. And if you're under the age of 16, you will no longer be able to comment on streams. YouTube are changing all the rules on the 22nd of July. I think it was announced a week or two ago. There's a guy in my streams. He's a real nice guy. He's like 13, I think. I think he's like 13. Yeah, I think he's nearly 14. But he lost his channel. He lost his access to streaming because he basically, I think his phone dropped and people saw his face. But YouTube flagged his face as being... YouTube flagged this guy's face as being under 13, which the guy's 13, and I think he's 5'8" or something like that. He made a joke on a stream about being he's 5'8" and 13 or 13 or something like that. Which might have been 5'10" actually or something like that. But YouTube flagged it up. But I reckon that's partially it. I reckon YouTube have already started experimenting with stopping people from streaming. Honestly, guys, this is what my world looked like in 2018. But does this new rule apply for every country? Ooh, I don't know. Do you know what? I'll have a quick look, actually. I'm going to Google it. Here it is. As of the 22nd of July, we are increasing the minimum age required to stream to 16 years old. This means that creators will need to be 16 years or older to stream. Additionally, live streams featuring 13 to 15-year-olds who are not visibly accompanied by an adult may have their live chat disabled. And their accounts may temporarily lose access to live chat or other features. Please note, in the future we plan to take down these live streams, and their account may temporarily lose its ability to live stream. I think it's globally, to be honest. I think it's globally. I'm not entirely sure though, because I'm not that big of a Minecraft. I'm not that big in as a YouTuber that I really know what's going on. The only reason I know about this is my friend sent it to me. Welcome to the Survivor Legacy House where mythical things happen. That was ironic. That's Decepted. Decepted wrote that in 2018, I think. Honestly, I can tell when this world's from because there's a build in this world which only is not been finished. Favorite dinosaur? T-Rex, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Scared the shit out of me when I watched Jurassic Park for the first time. Honestly, Jurassic Park is such a good film. Oh, I should watch that tonight now. I gotta watch Jurassic Park. My dear Dr. Grant and Dr. Settler, welcome to Jurassic Park. I watched a film the other night which starred Richard Attenborough, who played John Hammond in Jurassic Park. Richard Hammond. Sorry, I mean Richard Attenborough. Richard Hammond's the Top Gear presenter. But yeah, Richard Attenborough. He was in a film I was watching the other night. I was watching an older film from the 1950s. I was watching the original Dunkirk. He was in that film. He was 30 at the time. You got to think that film was 60 years ago. You got to think his brother is still alive. Richard Attenborough is David Attenborough's older brother. And you got to think David Attenborough is still alive. You know, he's 100 next year. Fair play to him though. You know, he's still working in 2025. I love people like that, to be honest. I don't know about what everyone else thinks, but I love people like that, like David Attenborough. You know, that they love what they do so much that, you know, that they're still doing stuff into their 90s. I respect people like, you know, Dick Van Dyke, Mel Brooks. Mel Brooks, great actor, great film director. Mel Brooks is making another Spaceballs, guys, at the age of 99. He did. I love the trailer. Since 1987, there's been 6 more. There's been a Star Wars prequel. In 1987 there was one Star Wars series. There's now a sequel series, a prequel series, a prequel of the prequel, a sequel of the prequel, a sequel of the prequel, and then suddenly it goes. There's been 8 Harry Potter films, 40 Marvel films, but all that time there has been one Spaceballs until now. And then Mel Brooks goes, they wanted it and wanted it, so we decided to make this movie instead. Which I love him. I love his work, but some of his films are really, really funny. What did he do? Obviously Spaceballs. He did History of the World Part 1, and then he did Part 2 in 2021 at the age of 90. Great actor, great producer, but just a great director. Some of the he's a very, very funny guy. Some of the lines in his films are just so funny. Yeah. What word are we on? Oh, I can tell what word we're on. We're on my old copies of Legacy because the castle still exists. What do you guys, out of curiosity, guys, what do you think of this castle? Out of curiosity, what do you guys think of this castle? Because I've got to be honest, I don't like it. I never liked this castle because I never thought it looked like a castle. This seems bad of me. This seems really bad of me, but I was always angry. It's a bit small, yeah. Well, it is actually quite big. We'll go over there. We will go over to it. But the problem is, I didn't like it. But the reason I didn't like it was because I never thought it looked like a castle. I have always been quite I've never been egotistical. What's the right word? I've always been quite mellow. That might be a better word, mellow. Where I always think I can do. No, that mellow's more of a miserable. I always think I can do better. I never think anything's perfect, and I could always do better. So with this castle, for example, I thought I could have done better. So I think this castle's like 30 blocks wide, 30 blocks by 30 blocks. But I never thought that I'd done enough. And that it didn't look very good. So if we go up to here, we can get onto this. No. If we got onto here, we can get onto the walls. I never thought that I did enough with this castle. So if we go down here, though, we can go to all of them. How long have we been streaming now? 3 hours. Wow. This is actually not the longest stream we've ever done. The longest stream we've ever done is 11 hours, which, you know, that was ridiculous. But then if I'm enjoying a YouTube stream and you guys enjoy it, I just keep it on longer. Oh my god, it's a villager. This bit still exists. This bit still exists. I'm not sure if that village is still in. I'm not sure if that village is still in there, but this bit still exists. None of this exists anymore, but well, this bit here still exists. The little pathway up, but it just stops right here. But yeah. Anyway, we're gonna cancel. Exit without saving. I don't want to save. I don't save these worlds so I can keep them exactly the same way they looked in 2016. I always keep these the same so they look exactly the same as they did in 2016, if you get what I mean. I feel to the path to the entrance is unfinished. Yeah, it is, to be honest. It is, but then also as well, I've now got rid of that castle as well. I'll go on to my actual copy from 2025 and go over there. I got rid of that castle because it never was my satisfaction. I'm really bad at this. I don't know if anyone else has this. Does anyone else have this? Where I constantly feel like I can do better, and I constantly feel that I can do better and that I'm not good enough, that I'm never good enough, and that I don't deserve. It's one of those. I'm not sure what it is. I think I might have that imposter syndrome, where no matter what you do and what you achieve, you never feel like you deserve. Or you don't think you did well enough. I recently just got a second class in a film degree, a uni film degree, and I was more miserable with the fact that I got lower second class honours rather than higher second class honours. But I was sat there like, well, I didn't get to top up in what I wanted to top up in, and I had to work with what I got. So yeah, this castle would be right here. The castle entrance would have been about here. But I've added this hill here now. I've added this hill here, so it's I've added this little hill here. A couple of houses, and I added this nice one in a few weeks ago. Ooh, you know. Sorry guys, I have really got an itchy nose. It got replaced to like an end city structure. Yeah, it was meant to be just a house. It was meant to be just a little end house, and then I started adding. I gave it wings. I got bored, and I gave it these sort of wing-like structures. I haven't added any floors yet, but it sort of looks like this on the inside. The problem is, I build so much that I don't always get a chance to go in and decorate everything. But I wish I could do that. I wish I could go in and decorate everything. But I sort of got bored of filming YouTube videos a while back. So I switched my content up to build whatever you want. So I just built a slime house. I built a house out of slime blocks. Down over here, we got a house out of dirt. Somebody joined my... I can't remember what it was. About 3 months ago? About 2 or 3 months ago. About 2 or 3 months ago, someone joined my world, and they'd gone on 50... They'd gone on 50 people's YouTube live streams. They'd gone on about 150 people's YouTube live streams, and they'd commented, "Oh, build a dirt house." Literally no one had built it until I built it. They'd gone on at like 150 to 200 streams, build a dirt house. No one did. And he said to me, build a dirt house. So I was like, alright then, yeah, why not? So we built a house. We built a genuine house out of dirt. We used a little bit of wood for the roof, but built a genuine dirt house. But Minecraft, the way I'm going to sum this up, your Minecraft world is basically your canvas. Your world is the canvas, and your blocks are the paint, and your world's the canvas. It's your creation. It's what you've made. So which, if you get what I mean, guys, you can build your world whatever you want. If you want to build it as a vegetarian, and and just rely on vegetables, you can. Minecraft is the game that doesn't end. You can do whatever you want. It could be your story. You could literally, like, I know Grow a Garden's become famous on Roblox. I don't like Roblox, never played it, but I have heard of Grow a Garden. You could literally grow the biggest garden in Minecraft. You could literally practically live in the game. I could walk over to this house and decide that I'm never going to leave it. Because I can just walk out, plant a couple of shrubs around here, and we could live off that for, I don't know, 50 years, 100 years, basically infinite time. You could live on it for an infinite standard of time. Minecraft is the game that basically there is no story, because I was talking to a friend in my college class, and he said to me, I hate Minecraft because there's no story. I said, well, you create the story. I said, you create the story. The story is not what the story is. It's about what you make of it. So, if you get what I mean, you guys can make the story whatever you want. If you want to I made a huge theme park because I just felt like it. This guy on my stream said, why would you make a huge theme park? Because no one will ever play it. I'm like, but if I make this world public for people to play in the future and like give people copies, people can go onto these worlds. People can go and play it with their friends. I'm not creating a Minecraft world for me. I'm creating a Minecraft world that people can play in the future. That's sort of what I want to do. I want to you're creating a story. Yeah, I did an interactive story a few years ago as a YouTube video. I thought that was a really cool idea. So, like, chapters. I used the new chapters had just been added. So I basically used each chapter on a YouTube video as like 1A, 2B, 1A, 2B, 2A, 1A, 3B, 3A. And basically, whatever place you wanted to go to for the story, you press that chapter. You could either press 3A or 3B. 1A, I think 1A would take you to 1A might take you to 2. 1A might take you to 2B. 1A might take you to 3C. And it was sort of like an interactive video idea. It just sounded a really cool video in my head. I think people did enjoy it because they were going across this world looking for a pirate's treasure. They were going across the world looking for pirate's treasure. The only problem was I didn't do enough. I didn't do enough like branches. I should have done more. So it's like a story of basically they created the story by clicking wherever they wanted to go. So if they wanted to go to Kremsburn Harbour or Banderson Bay, if they wanted to go to like 66 blocks forward or 66 blocks back, they could. It was just a cool concept that I thought was quite an interesting concept. Minecraft is literally a game. Yeah, Minecraft is even easier than Roblox because Roblox requires another app called Roblox Studio, and if you want to make like a city or make a really good game, you need to know program. Yeah, somebody in my streams, I'm 2 on the leaderboard now. Cool. I've only just really noticed the leaderboard thing. I didn't know that it was there for a long time. I've only seen it. I took 3 or 4 days off streaming this week. Normally I'd stream roughly every day or every 4 to 5 days. But I've been trying to build a new desk, so I've had to. I'm gonna quickly Google Translate what this person has said, because hello FIFA RE, welcome to the stream. I'm not the best at other languages, so I'm just gonna translate. Send me the name of your Minecraft so I can play with you. Minecraft Nintendo Switch Edition, which unfortunately it's not available to buy anymore. It's the only Minecraft version you cannot buy because it's basically, it was only released physically, digitally. I mean, sorry, there was never a physical release. Yeah, I had to build a new desk. So when I come back, I saw this leaderboard thing and was like, "What's that?" Yeah, Nintendo Switch Edition is the version that I play mostly. I do have Bedrock on my laptop and on the Switch, but I don't really like Bedrock. So if I move this world to Bedrock, it would go straight to my laptop, because my laptop would run it smoother. But yeah, I think Minecraft's a lot funner than Roblox, because you don't need any experience with, if you want to make a game in Roblox, or like, as you said, a city or something like that. Or if you wanted to create a game, you've got to learn coding, you've got to hope that it goes right. With Minecraft, you can create a mini game. You can create a mini game out of whatever. I made a mini game a couple of weeks ago, which is a mini game that I invented on my friend's world. In fact, we're gonna nip this way. We'll nip this way, and I'm hoping we're gonna go and find a. I'm hoping we find a boat, but it's night time, so I'm gonna hop over here a minute. We'll go to a build that I've just been working on, which. In other games making stuff, it would probably be impossible to build. I come up with this idea a few years ago. I made it on my friend's world. I haven't got a boat, so we're just going to run it. I made a pirate ship minigame where you have 2 floating pirate ships. You're trying to command one of them, your friend or whoever's commanding the other. And you fight. Your fight is basically Bed Wars, but your aim is to blow up the other person's pirate ship, and hopefully their bed gets destroyed. And then it's whoever dies and can't respawn wins. The problem is, if you do it on a main survivor world, which I have, you have to keep inventory. You have to have autosave off, so it doesn't autosave. Right, let's take this one, and then we'll stick it on this line here, because this line takes us all the way to the other side of the minigame area, and luckily this does it in 9 seconds. It normally this would take us about 3 minutes. It would take us about 5 minutes to walk, but via this track it takes us 5 minutes. This is the minigame area, everyone. This is a plot of a minigame that I'm thinking of building. Did any of you play Nintendo Wii Sports Resort? A classic game. If you're old enough, it's a classic game. Did any of you play Switch Sports Resort, which is a really good game, by the way? It's a classic. Maybe I should stream that in the future. It's such a good game. Basically, Sports Resort is basically a sports game. You have bowling, you have a load of games. You had about 12 games on it. You had bowling, you had sword fights. It was basically like on an island. Nintendo did a game on an island where it's basically like a big sports resort. And you have 12 games places that you can go to play games. So you had one which was a like a dogfighting racing game, where basically they had a cycling game where you cycle around the island, a plane one where you fly over the islands. You had a golf which was on another island. It's one of my favourite games when I was a kid. One of my favourite ones on it was Duel. Duel was basically where you're on a little thing like this. Theirs was a circle, but you can't have circles in Minecraft, so I made a square. And the whole thing is you're trying to hit your opponent off and into water, and it's sort of best of 3. So, whoever you have 3 games. Whoever wins, well, or it can be best of 2. It can be best of 2 technically if you win. The same person wins the first 2. Over the years, we built the glass breaking game from Squid Game. We built the glass breaking game from Squid Game. I don't have TNT on at the moment, but the thing is that you don't know where the TNT is. You don't know where the TNT is, so you're just hoping. It's basically the glass breaking game from Squid Game. You're basically hoping that you land on the right one. So I've just landed on this one. If I go up here, we can go and see some other mini games that we've built over the years. We literally built this circus tent last week. This was a really big project, which I expected this to take. I expected this to be a shorter project than I expected it to be. I expected this to be a shorter project than it was. I didn't think it would be that hard of a build, but it basically turns out building a tent is quite hard when you're trying to do 2 colours. Basically, a circus tent would normally be red and blue, but I really like blue. Blue is my favourite colour. So I decided to make it blue as a bit of more of like a colour thing towards us guys. Well, I tried to make it more of a colour thing to what my favourite colour was. Originally it was going to be blue and orange, which I think blue and orange wouldn't have worked very nice. Oh, pardon me, I'm going to sneeze. I'm in yawn. There we go. Just want to have a look at something, guys. I wanted to look at the FIFA Club World Cup. So, Real Madrid beat Dortmund. Gonzalo Garcia, Fran Garcia, Kylian Mbappe scored. Dean Hodgson was sent off in the 96th minute. Blimey. So that means Dortmund are out, Bayern are out. So the semi-finals, Club World Cup. If I look at the Club World Cup a minute, the quarterfinals. The semi-finals are now going to be Chelsea won. So Chelsea won this morning. Cole Palmer scored an Agustin Gaye scored on the 83rd minute. So it means it will be Chelsea, Flamies, PSG, Real Madrid. Interesting. Yeah. We're almost at 1,000 views on this stream, so that's incredible. Yeah. So here's our mini game. Here's our mini game that we were referring to with our pirate ships. The logic is it's a bit of a parkour game. You're trying to fight your opponents on their pirate ship. And yes, we did build these in the sky in survival by basically building up a dirt pillar and falling off about 16 times. A guy in my stream jokingly said to me, "Oh, I've never seen you die on stream," and then 2 seconds later I fell off. Which I do find that really funny. There we go. Yeah, 785 people have watched the stream. Cool. Sorry, I was just reading my Discord thing, guys. I've got a Discord server, guys. If you want to join, any of you guys want to join it, the link, I'll pin the link, guys. It's basically when I was looking at my Discord link. Sorry, Skatepunk asked me a question on the stream in it because I couldn't see it on the stream. But Hab, who watches my streams, who's from Armenia, he basically responds to everything thinking everyone's talking to him. And he's responded, I don't want to go to the army. Which I did find that quite funny, because he seems to take everything literally and comment on everything. So a guy in my Discord server commented, I'm Jesus. He commented, that lie, that not truth. I'm like, he's making a joke, but this guy doesn't like jokes. So he takes everything everyone says literally, which that's not exactly the best thing to do. What do you guys think? Is it good if you take everything literally? So here's our pirate ship. I need to get rid of that dirt in the future, but I did die on this boat yesterday, so I'm yesterday? I didn't come on here yesterday. Wow. Maybe there could be. So that could be it, you know. But yeah, he didn't. That could be it, to be honest, Skatepunk. But yeah, it happened in something yesterday. Basically, whenever I comment anything, he responds instantly. And I think he might have something like autism or something like that. But on the Discord server, I commented something along the lines of 17,000 words completed, and that's to do with my book because I've wrote 17,000 words so far. And he responded he replied to 17,000 words, me, with the words me. I'm like, where have I mentioned you? But I don't. But yeah, it's I sometimes find it annoying though as well. I sometimes find it annoying though when you have that. There was one yesterday which it was really. He commented something really creepy, really weird. What's his name? The real communist who's in my Discord server, he responded to Hab in the Discord server saying, because he always comments my English bad, and Hab said, we know, you've told us like 50 million times, which he goes, not 50 million, but it is true. Even though he's making a joke, it wasn't 50 million, but it is a lot. We know that he's not very good at speaking English. But there was he put something really interesting yesterday about Armenian. He's from Armenia, but he can't speak Armenian. But I was like, well, how can you be from a country and not speak your own language? But but it was, oh, I'm better at Russian, which, fair play, you might be. But he claimed in the thing he doesn't want to go to the army because he thinks people in the army would have beat him up or something like that. But I said, well, you're Armenian. Why would Armenians in the army beat up another Armenian? But now that he said that he speaks Russian over Armenian, maybe it might be that. Maybe it's because, you know, how can you join the Armenian Armed Forces and not speak Armenian and speak Russian? It might be, he claimed that, his family said that he would get assaulted or something like that, which that may be them trying to scare him by saying because you keep speaking Russian, maybe that's them trying to scare him and saying, well, Armenian people might think he's a Russian spy or something. But that's the only thing I can think of. But how can you... I just don't understand that one. How can you be from a country and not speak the language of the country that you're from? That's got to be scary. You're from a country, but you can't speak that country's language. That's where it could be. But the one thing, Skatepunk, when Hab says, "Can you play chess with me?" He asked me that, could I play chess with him? And I said no. I said no because I'm not good at chess. And then he commented, I'm not either. So I changed my mind. I was like, alright, that's not going to be too bad then. And it turns out he's really good at chess and lied. And, you know, I'm a really nice person, but I don't like being lied to. So I was pretty pissed off. I've got to admit, I was pretty pissed off that he'd lied. I was pretty pissed off that he lied because I was watching myself get absolutely humiliated. I got destroyed, and I think that's wrong to go and lie to someone and say, "Oh yes, fine, I'm not. I can't play chess." And then he changed his statement and said, I said I play chess, but I'm not teached in chess." But yeah. I'm not teached in chess, I said, which he didn't say that. He said, I'm not good in chess either. I can't play chess. So I was like, alright, well, that's not going to be too bad then, because I don't understand the rules of chess. But it turns out he plays chess. He plays chess all the time, which I'll have to go. Love so much the buildings. Oh, thank you, Ponch. That's really One Ponch. That's really really kind to you. Have a good rest of your day, by the way. This stream isn't going to stay on for much longer. It's currently 20 past 11 for me at night, so I'm probably going to end the stream soon. Write a little bit more of this novel I'm working on for a Amazon novel writing competition, and probably going to bed everybody because I had to stay up till 2-3 in the morning yesterday. I had to wait for my mum to get back from the Oasis reunion tour because she didn't take her house key. And there was no way my dad was waiting up till 1:30, guys. 2:30, whatever it was. Hello, Red Muffin, welcome back. But yeah, on the thing about Hab though, guys, in my Discord server. Hab, he's a nice guy, but sometimes his stories change. He doesn't want to join the Armenian army, and then he asked me to bring him to the UK, which that's illegal. That would technically be human trafficking. And I think he must have autism or something along those lines, because anybody else would realise that's illegal to ask someone to take them to another country. He's got to have some underlying condition, because no one, hidden disabilities, because no one would ask that, because everyone knows that's illegal. But you know, it's like I keep an eye. To be honest, Skatepunk, I know you would have seen it. I keep an eye on someone on my Discord server all the time. There's a guy on my Discord server I keep an eye on pretty much whenever I'm on my Discord server and I see this one guy on, I keep an eye on him. I don't have to, but I do, because there's this one guy in my Discord server, I'm always worried that he's going to dox himself, because I've seen him do it. I've seen this guy, I think he's like 17 years old, but you can tell that he's not meant to be in a Discord server. But even though he's like 17 and probably, I think he randomly said he was 5'12", which there is no such thing as 5'12". I think he's. Yeah. Have you guys ever heard of the age? Have you guys ever heard of the height 5'12"? Honestly, have you guys ever heard of 5'12"? Yeah, I have used it jokingly. Yeah, so this guy said he was 5'12", and he was 100% true about it as well. Like adamant that he was 5'12", and I said to him, "Well, there isn't 5'12". There's 6 foot. So this guy's actually 6 foot, so 183 centimeters." And but as I said, this guy I keep an eye on. I keep an eye on him whenever I see he's on the Discord server, because I'm always worried he's going to comment something he shouldn't. On one random day, I think he's like 17. He's probably nearly 18 actually. One day he was commenting something. He was showing us his artwork or something like that. He commented, could he show his artwork or something like that? I'm like, fine. And then randomly he comments. He puts a picture of his school report card. So it doesn't just have his school report card and says all his teachers' names. It says the name of the it says the name of the school, its location. It also shows his mum's phone number, his phone number, his actual address, and the school's location and the school's address. So I saw that and was like, right, I deleted that. I can delete stuff from the Discord server. If I don't like your comment, I can delete it. I literally, as soon as I saw that, it was deleted. You know, someone could have joined that and doxed the shit out of him. Could have called the police on his house. Could have called a bomb threat to his school. No, honestly, like, you know, it's 100%. Like, he could generally have ruined his own life there, but that's where parents, if you do have like disabilities, that's where parents should be like, well, that's something you don't post. That's something you don't post. So you don't post your address. You don't post your phone number. And he did all of that. And I was just like, literally, when he joined the Discord server, he joined with his email was his account name. It's just Legacy Edition. Hello, funny Sun Whitey. Yes, it is. This is Minecraft Legacy Console Edition. But yeah, now why would he do that? But because I think he admitted to being autistic, skate punk. So I don't actually think he knows the legal ramification of what he does. So autism affects everybody differently. All the people that have autism, I think everyone has it. I think everyone has autism, but it takes something to set it off or something like that. But I think he's got autism, so I think his autism is affected by that he's too trusting of people, and just thinks he's friends with everyone. So anyone could take advantage of that. I said it. I could have left that there, and we could have called a bomb. I could have left that there, and we could have called a bomb threat to his house. We could have had him arrested. I have PS4 edition. Cool. That's PS4 edition. It has more updates than my version. My Nintendo Switch edition only has up until 1.12. Yeah, we could have called a bomb threat to his house. We could have you could have raided his house. Which none of us would do that, because we're actually good, decent people in that Discord server. We're all good, decent people. But the point that stands though is, if you do have disabilities though, your parents should be monitoring what you're doing, because that is that's a very serious situation of where he did that. Like how can you turn around? How can you turn around and go and say? How can you turn around and go? How can you turn around and comment that? And no, but put a picture of it without. I think he's done it without realizing that. Because some people don't realize and just think everyone's their friend. But I think what he's done is he wants to show people what his report says. But I don't think he's realised that the report says his mum's phone number, his phone number, his student address. How have I joined with Joe Bomb Threats? Hello young Matt, welcome to the stream. No, I was saying about there's a guy in my Discord server that I keep an eye on. Would you rather get... I don't know at the moment, to be honest. I'm fine with sticking what I'm sticking on. Yeah, hello young Matt. No, I was talking about my Discord server. I have a person in my Discord server. I think he's autistic. I was mentioning about he naturally thinks everyone's his friend in there. It's not Dunquavius, is it? No. I won't say the guy's name. But it's not him. It's a completely different person. It's an American guy. This guy's American. He basically, I think he's I know he's autistic, but he was putting his artwork in or something like that, and some people said in the stream, like, on the Discord server, your artwork's amazing, and then he put a picture. I didn't see this until the next morning because I'd gone to bed. He put a picture of his report card, which didn't just say his phone number. It said where his school is, the address, its location, the name of the school, his mother's phone number, and his address. And it also had his address, so he's basically doxed himself. So when you appeared on the bomb threat, I said someone could have called a bomb threat to his house from that Discord server, because they would have had everything they needed to know to do it. They could have turned around. They said they could have raided his house. He basically doxed himself, which because he's autistic, he would not have realised it. He just thinks everyone's his friend, which. That's where what we were talking about, actually, everyone, is that if you do have, if you are like that, parents need to monitor what you're doing. I think he's like 17, so he should know better. But if you do have, autism, some people, they don't know, they can't tell the legal ramifications of what you're doing. But yeah, honestly, you could call a bomb threat. I feel like this stream is quiet. Well, it has been on nearly 4 hours, but 850 people have watched this stream, so it is quietish, but it's not that quiet. I never mentioned it, but that guy that was watching the stream earlier on, One Punch, has over 30k subs. I had a look at their channel earlier on when they joined because it just sounded a name I think I'd come across. But yeah, but that's the thing though. Like, yeah, this one guy, I keep an eye whenever I see his name appear in the Discord server. I sort of keep an eye on him because obviously I don't want him to go and dox himself again. Because that's not something you want to see. You don't want to see a young person go and, you know... I think I need the Allen key on this new desk. Because I think the screw's coming out on one side of the desk. Because you don't want a young person doing that, do you? But it's just... I'm very patient... But there's some bits I don't understand, guys. There is some bits I don't understand. Like, how do you not know that you've just doxed yourself? How do you not know that you've just doxed yourself? The guy who it was, I never told him that I deleted his picture. Because I didn't want him to know that I deleted that. Because, you know, if I delete an image, I deleted one of his really weird images before, and he put it back within a minute. So I didn't tell the guy that I deleted it, because I didn't want him to go. I didn't want to delete it and then him to, you know, put it back within like 5 minutes or something like that. But yeah, it's you know, you don't want to see that. There was a guy in Washington called Martin. The guy said that his brother blew himself and his kids up. He doxed himself, then went missing not long after. He was spitting a harsh fact. But yeah. You know, some people... Well... Yeah, but that guy had his charges dropped for due to mental health, I think, as well. Yeah. This stream won't be on for much longer because I'm quite knackered. I'm trying to write a book at the moment for a competition that I want to enter. So I am writing a horror story for something. Dude locked in on life. Wow, no idea. But yeah, what was I going to say? Some people... the thing is, though... It tends to be with people who are autistic, everyone, that some autistic people tell the truth, but very much the truth. So that's why Skatepunk, if you're still in the stream, Skatepunk, that's why I think Hab in the Discord server has autism, because he took offence with Burger Potato. Burger Potato jokingly said that he'd fucked Jesus or something like that, which obviously it was a joke. It was a joke. Somebody put in I'm Jesus. And Burger Potato put underneath I fucked Jesus. And someone put in that, and basically Hab, as soon as he joins, screenshots it and goes, he lying, he not truth, that not truth. I said, look, what's funny about it? I said, well, Burger was making... I said Burger was making a joke. But that not joke. Joke about Jesus. Joke about the Lord. I'm like, but yeah, British people joke about the Lord. British people make joke. I think this guy is 100% serious. How would one obtain microflexicy on Series X? Ooh, it depends. How inappropriate. It's inappropriate, but that's what British humour is. British humour is always taking a trying to take a step over the line. Honestly, one of my favourite British jokes is about earthquakes. A comedian said this. He said, "Why did Britain not have earthquakes? Because Britain's God's country. You wouldn't shit on your own doorstep, would you?" That's one of my favourite jokes. It's just, yeah, true. You wouldn't shit on your own doorstep because you'd step in it. I don't know. It depends what your Xbox Series X has. Is it a disc version? British humour's top. Actually, there's a real funny quote about that. Actually, about the Scottish, the Irish, and the English. The Scottish, the Irish, the English, the Welsh. They would mock each other in the taverns until they were blue in the face, but in the field of battle, they stand hand in hand, which is true. The English, the Irish, the Scottish, and the Welsh, they would mock each other in the pubs and taverns, but on the battlefield, they would fight together, and it's true. If you can't do that, you can't do Xbox 360 with it. But what you can do, Xbox One Edition. If you go and buy Xbox One Edition, because you can buy that from second-hand shops. You can buy Xbox One Edition, Disc Edition from second-hand shops, and then you can play that on the Xbox Series X, I believe. It is Xbox One games are compatible with Xbox Series X in them. I don't have an Xbox. I've never played Xbox, so I wouldn't know, but I think they're compatible. Yeah. So Minecraft Xbox One Edition would be playable on the... Honestly, Happy Ghast I'm not fussed about, but Vibrant Visuals looked really nice on my laptop. But Vibrant Visuals wasn't added on the Switch edition of Bedrock. So, on the Switch edition of Bedrock, Vibrant Visuals wasn't added. So I'm like, I can't be bothered to play Switch Bedrock at the moment. I'd rather play it with Vibrant Visuals on my laptop. But it means Minecraft are getting rid of ray tracing, Nvidia's ray tracing version, because, you know, Vibrant Visuals now has... It's basically its own thing now. But yeah, Xbox One Edition would work. So just buying the Xbox One. It does look plastic, I will admit. Where am I? There's a place over here. There's a build I got over here that looked too plastic. What I did like about Vibrant Visuals, though. What I did like about Vibrant Visuals is that there's a place over here where we've got a nice big open sea. What I did like is the water looked really nice here, by the floating houses. I just missed... I knew I was going to miss that lily pad. I loved being on the beach just over there because it looked natural. Because the sun would set this way. No, the sun would set the other way, actually, I think. Basically, wherever the moon would, depends. Where's the sun? Can't find it. Sorry, but skin's just come in my mouth. That's weird. Where's the sun? The sun is setting. Is the sun setting or rising? I can't tell. To be honest, I can't tell, guys, if that's rising or setting. I think it's rising, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's rising. So basically, when the moon would rise over here, when the moon would rise, you'd see the reflection of the moon on this water here, which was really nice. But talking of, like Young Mutts just said about the plastic, this build over here, the Nether Quarry, looked so plastic. Vibrant Visuals turned to this area Vibrant Visuals turned this build here into very much looked like it's plastic. This area just looked plastic, just because it's all red darks, and it very much looked plastic, which it was all right, but I think it took part of the sort of effect away of what made this build so creepy and mysterious, by the fact that we tried to make the Nether in the overworld, and it made it look plastic. Everything out, Vibrant Visuals looked lovely everywhere else. Just there, it looked very plastic. Yeah. You reverse the Nether. Yeah, it was... I saw someone else do it, and so I will admit I nicked their idea. But I nicked their idea, but I did it in survival. Which I did it in survival, and I did it in the middle of the ocean. So that took a month to do. That took a month to build the sand ring around it. I sort of cheated though. I did this. There's a glitch on the Legacy Edition which still exists because there's no updates. Ah, I'm out of sand. Let's go see if we've got any sand over here. If we don't, I'm going to grab some from here. That should be it. That's 8. That should be enough, shouldn't it? Yeah, most likely. We've already put like 7 there. I'm back. Welcome back, James Heiser. Welcome back. There's a glitch that makes sand float after you put too many blocks that are occupying the same space. So we've got like 20 in there now, I think. Let's just quickly go back to this little sand area over here. Then we'll just grab like, 5 more. Well, I said we'll grab 5 more, but we didn't. That is true. There is no ideas to be stolen. There's a glitch now. Sand will start floating. Sand will start floating. So when I was building that, I sort of cheated by building a big sand floating ring. I built a big sand floating ring, filled it up, and then I went and broke the blocks so the sand just slotted straight into the hole and got rid of all the water for me. And then it was just go down, get the sand out. So if I break this, we'll put that sand up, and then the sand there will drop. We sort of broke the game. We sort of broke the game intentionally to build something so big so we didn't have to use a shit ton of water to get down to what we need. Do you want to know one of the lines of my comic? Of course, why not? Why not? I'll even say a line from this novel I'm writing, which some of you guys might fight. If anyone is squeamish, like squeamish, or squeamish, as some people say, about like blood or anything like that, yeah, you won't want to read this part of this book because I'm writing a horror story for a thing about a serial killer, and I've wrote quite some quite horrific shit into it because I felt like it. I wanted to create. Yeah, I found that glitch accidentally, I don't know, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and I just used it randomly. I was like, that's actually quite useful for that, because I wasn't gonna go and dig the whole rim and then have to go down and float water all the way, get rid of all the water. I have done that somewhere else, just go and dig a load of water out, get rid of a load of water. But I didn't feel like doing it there. I want to do it again. I want to do it again with a ocean temple and get an ocean temple out and we turn it into like Atlantis. It's an idea that I want to do. I just haven't quite got the time to do it now. Try me. What's the most out of pocket sentence? Sort of out of pocket sentence. All right. So this serial killer for this story. He's basically, he doesn't care. He's sort of like an incel. So he basically just hunts down women because, he doesn't like women. He thinks women have ruined his life or something like that. And the detective asked me, we found one with we found what we found one with no we found one with no head. Where's the head? And the guy goes, in the basketball hoop in the back garden. What? Oh, my basketball had a puncture, so I used the next best. I used the next best thing. I used Mallory Taylor's head. And that was just, it popped to my head. I actually didn't sleep that night after I wrote that. I'm like, that is fucked. I actually didn't sleep the night afterwards when I was writing this bit. I was like, that might actually be fucked. I'm convinced I'm going to be arrested afterwards for publishing this novel. But I don't care. I want to write the worst horror story ever. It's because, everyone, I don't like horror films. Bloody hell. I've never heard of that guy. I have heard of a few of them, like... I do find Ted Bundy interesting. I did a bit of research into him before writing this book, because I find him quite interesting. You look at honestly, everyone, every serial killer that there's ever been, if you look at their life, there's always been like... I have heard of him. Then I have heard of that name. Yeah, that's really ironic though, because that's really ironic. You've just put that, because I've been writing up until I started streaming. I've been sat at my desk writing all day, and I wrote something similar. The line about the father is, oh, he never knew his father. His idea of family life was taking a load of drugs, then using the wife and the older kids as a punch bag, and then the whole thing was that the guy kills his mother, which I find that really weird. I find that ironic that you've commented that after I wrote that line. You find out the guy killed his mother, which I find... so basically it's the same thing. But with the exception, the character that I'm writing turns them into human dolls afterwards. So that's quite... I know I'm taking this quite... I know I'm cutting this one close by making something quite horrific. But I felt like... with those stories, though... I don't like horror stories, everybody. I don't like horror films. I can watch them. I just don't like jump scares. If it's like a slasher, I'm fine with. Sweeney Todd's a good one, actually. Good musical. But... because I studied film production, I always a couple of guys in my class, my college class at the time, he always did horror stuff. Yeah. Yeah, what was I thinking about? So I said to this guy in my college class asked me what ages ago. He said to me, I know you don't like horror films, but you probably write a good one, which I said to this guy, I said, I don't like horror films, but I know I could write, if I write one, it would be bad. And I just come up with this idea last year. Hello, Globeans, welcome to the stream. So I come up with this idea last year. I was like, I've come up with this idea about a serial killer that makes human dolls. And I thought, I was going to write it for Halloween last year, but I gave up because I was busy with a college assignment, I believe. I had a college assignment due in exactly Halloween. So I sort of had to put that on the back burner, forgot all about it. And it got to about last month and I was like, oh, Amazon have just started their yearly writing competition. And I was like, I'm going to write this. I've wrote 17,000 words so far. I've just got to the trial part, but the guy is not... I've sort of made it that the guy's not insane. I think making it look like they're all insane is sort of like a cop-out. So I've made it that he's not insane, he just hates people. You've been sent from the depths of hell. Hello, that one funny kid from 5th grade. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, But yeah, this main character, this serial killer in my book, kills his mother by throwing a blunt axe at her. I have heard of him. The second one you've mentioned, I have heard of because he's the inspiration for Leatherface in was it Scarface? Which one is it? No, Leatherface. Sorry, he's the inspiration from Leatherface in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's the same as he's the inspiration for Leatherface. There's another guy I'm thinking of. Batwoman. I found it was a duplication of the latest version of Bedrock that doesn't require force quitting the game, so I'm currently duping everything I own. Cool. There's another one. Basically, in the Batwoman series, in CW's like DC stuff, the Arrowverse, one of the things in season 2 is they're trying to find a map, and Jack Napier, the Joker, they used a bit of John Wayne Gacy. John Wayne Gacy used to do a lot of paintings. I think he painted over 4,000 paintings of him doing some of his crimes. Or something. He painted himself quite a bit as like a clown and things like that. So they used a bit of that as the Joker for the Joker. They made it so that the Joker in Batwoman used to use people's blood as paints. He used to kill people then use their blood on a canvas. To be honest, I don't see a point in living anymore. What do you mean, that one funny kid? There's always a point in living, honestly. How old are you? You're like 14, you're 15? You're like 14, 15, I think, aren't you? Read my comment, it's really cool. I haven't seen your comment. Hold on. No, I haven't seen your comment. If we're gonna die someday, then why is it bad to end it now? Because I'm not saying it's not. But that one funny kid. I don't think I could do it, to be honest. I've seen a video of people going around there. But yeah. What was I going to say? What I mean, that one funny kid, is you're 14, 15. My friend Decepted said this to someone on my Discord, in a Discord group chat that me and him were in at the time. We had a person in there that was a massive fan of my channel. His literal words to us were, he didn't feel like him. He was basically wanted to kill himself at 13 years old. What you care about, what you care about at 13 is completely different to what you care about in 5 years' time. Honestly. So, even if you feel like shit now, that one funny kid. Yeah, so even though you feel like life's shit now, in 2 years' time, it might not be shit. It's basically, life is not smooth, it's not a road. Life is not a straight road. Life is like a river. There's twists and turns. Honestly, at 13, I was bullied at 13. Part of it was because I was annoying, but I didn't try to be annoying. I'm just terrible in public. I'm better at this if I got a... I mean, I was bullied as a... Oh, can I text you on this? A really cool idea. Okay. What about a killer that crushes kids and stuffs their remains into teddy bears? That's when he sells them to people and smokes. Well, that's a cool idea. That's a cool idea. I got to admit. I've used a little bit of that already. To be honest, I've sort of made it that this killer for this book admits to feeding a young girl to the neighbour because the neighbour is ill. Oh, what did you do to the head? Oh, I threw it in the river with a couple of stones in the bag. Honestly, when I was writing this book, guys, I felt like shit afterwards. I was just like, should I take some of these bits out? I'm like, no, don't. But yeah, but honestly, that one funny kid. When I was 13, 14, I was bullied for being short. Because I'm not short in I'm not short in the grand. I'm not short now. Well, I'm shortish. I'm roughly 5'9". I'm roughly about 5'9". I'm not short by any stretch, but when I was 14, I was only 5'1". So people used to bully me for that. But as I said, bullying sort of ends when you leave school. The people that you have been bullying you don't see them anymore. It's the reason I don't talk to anyone who was in my school year anymore. I'll talk to people that were in my school year if I bump into them into the street. Honestly, and I tend to find the people that hate you the most seem to be the people that are nicer to you. There was a guy in my school year, I won't say his name. He hated me. And ironically, I respect him more than a few of the other people now because, ironically, I passed him and a few others in the street, people who were in my school year, and he was the only one that was like, "Oh, hi, Joe." I'm like, "Okay." I'm like, and I was shocked by that. I was like, "You hated me, and you're the only one that's got and said hi." Hello, Mira. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, like, the thing is, that one funny kid. What I mean is that life is like a river. There's the current changes. I often say that 2019 was a rough year. I had my GCSEs in 2019, but I had a lot. Basically, everyone that was in my school year, a lot of the people that I would have talked to, just all stopped talking to me. And it felt like shit. 2019 I hated, but after 2020. I felt 2020 to 2022 I loved because, you know, I made more friends in that period than I had them beforehand. We're talking about why life is great, why life is great and life is not smooth sailing, Mirror. I sent you a new idea. What about a movie called The Baker? No? Stuff them into pies. That's Sweeney Todd. Have you ever watched Sweeney Todd? Actually, no. Don't watch Sweeney Todd. You're like 14. Sorry. Sorry. I didn't realise. Although Sweeney Todd is a great film, but only watch it when you're 18. Sweeney Todd is a great film and it's a great film. It's a great musical. Well, only watch it, guys, if you're watching the musical in musical in general. If you're watching the musical live, watch it because they don't have real blood. But in the movie, they actually use real blood. Well, not real blood, but, you know, fake blood. Actually, because I'm a film student, do you guys want to... well, a former film student, I finished now. But do you guys want to know what fake blood tastes like? Do you want to know what the fake blood they use in films? Do you want to know what that tastes like? It tastes like sea salt. It tastes like shit. A guy in my college class, he was acting for his girlfriend's short film, and he was a vampire. So they gave him like a wine glass full of fake blood and like drink it for the shot. He drank it and he went. And he goes, "That tastes like fucking shit." It's just like, it's true. It tastes like sea salt. It generally tastes like the sea, so it's so salty. It's just... You can fake blood, you can drink. You can drink fake blood, but it's fucking tastes shit. Hello, Burger. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, honestly, fake blood on a film set, it basically feels like sea salt. It honestly tastes like shit. Everyone was complaining about it. Yeah, fake blood tastes like sea salt, but... So, a guy in my class was saying, "Oh, that tastes disgusting." I'm like, "Give it here, let's see." And I was like, "Fucking hell, that's bad." Why would you eat it? That is true. Yeah. That's why I have sort of read a lot of stuff recently because I've been trying to do that. But yeah, fake blood on films does taste like sea salt. It does taste shit. Ironically, guys, I took a screenshot. If it's like a river, I feel like I'm not wanting to be alive. Why is that? Is it like a relationship issue? Is it? I've got to be honest. I've got to be honest, young man. I used a little bit of the Netflix Fred West documentary that they've just done. I used a bit of that as an example because me and Decepted, a friend of mine, we watched it and we watched it together on Discord, and we were like, "Fucking hell!" Just admitting to stuff. The bit about what was it? The bit. Oh, what did you use to chop her up with? Oh, the bread knife. I'm like, ooh, okay. I'm like, okay. Yeah, that's not what I thought I'd hear. Have you seen the Minecraft Create mod? I might stream, but if I can't sleep. Hello, Mia. Welcome to the stream. If my dad needs to go. Yeah. But honestly, that one funny kid. When I was your age, I was exactly the same. When I was your age, I was bullied because I was really skinny. I was really skinny when I was your age, and I was like, I considered that. How are you today? I'm really good. Thank you, Mia. How are you? I considered that though. That one funny kid. I considered that. How would life be better if I wasn't here? Because people have got into my head. People have got into my head and said, "Oh, life would be better if you weren't here. The world would be better if you weren't in it." That's what people generally said to me, and it got into my head. Maybe they're true. Maybe they're right. But I will in a minute, Glowbeans. But yeah, I've sort of sometimes, Burger, I'm like that. I've been trying to have a break from streaming because I really want to get this book done. I really want to. Yeah. I'm still drawing the comic. Cool. So what I mean, that one funny kid, I was bullied and I generally believe that. But honestly, talk to someone. That one funny kid, if you are in the stream, honestly, are you just nicking my ideas now? I've generally done a short film, Glowbeans, about a grandmother that's lying, that feels like she's been ignored, and that she's basically. Yeah, I did a short film about a grandmother that's dying of cancer, and she brings her two kids together. But that one funny kid, if you're still in the stream. You've already done your stream layout. Cool. I need to do that. This stream layout stayed the stream for ages. That one funny kid. If you're in the stream, talk to someone. That's the best thing you can do. It's even when you're contemplating that not wanting to be alive, you've got to think about your family. It doesn't just affect you. Honestly, you've got suicide prevention charities because even though you're American, you live in the UK, don't you? I remember you saying about living in the UK. You're living in the UK. the UK have hundreds and thousands of suicide prevention charities that take your cause. In the UK, you have suicide prevention. In the UK, you have SOS Silence of Suicide. You have, in the UK, you have suicide prevention. In the UK, you've got Suicide Prevention UK. All places that you can call or that you can talk to. Sorry to bother, brother. I would much rather you talk to us on a stream about it than sit there in silence. I'm experienced at this. Honestly, I've talked 4 people out of committing suicide on these streams before. So I feel you're not bothering us. I would much rather us make sure that you're alright. What's your favourite thing to do, that one funny kid? What's your favourite thing to do? What's your favourite hobby? Quad rolling, but can't do. Why can't you do that? Why can't you do that currently? Just out of curiosity. Too hot. Oh yeah, because of the temperature at the moment. Yeah. Have you ever tried journaling? Have you ever tried that? Journaling. You should go to bed. It's getting pretty late. You're younger than me. It is pretty late, yeah, but it's Saturday. I continue. If I'm not streaming, I'm probably writing a book. So even though I end the stream, I get on with work until 2 in the morning. Sometimes. Have you ever tried journaling, that one funny kid? Like writing down how you feel, what your emotions are like, how you feel, and writing down your emotions. No, that's a worthy thing to try. That can be beneficial in some cases. In some cases, that can be beneficial. Writing down how you feel. And then, you can show it to people and people can relate to it. Honestly, you don't have to sit in silence. There are people going through exactly what you feel. Honestly, the best person to talk about this to on these streams is Decepted, because Decepted went through this period a few years ago of where he basically felt the same way you did. I convinced Decepted not to end his life. Actually, I think Glowbeans does. After Glowbeans sent me a message on my Discord the other week, telling me about how I'd saved his life. So Glowbeans doesn't send. Yeah, Decepted. I convinced Decepted. I was on a Discord thing, and Decepted was, one of the moments was having this. Decepted was having this period of where he was really, really depressed. Decepted was having this period where he was really, really depressed, and I sat there on Discord till 1 in the morning, and I spoke with him. That's the best thing to do, honestly. That one funny kid, talk to someone. Yeah, but that's the best thing to do, is to talk to someone. Because if you do consider ending your life, it's not just you that's affected. It tears families apart, because some people don't see their family members are struggling. I got to be honest. When I was your age, because you're like 14, I think. When I was your age, I had people constantly tell me, "Oh, you should kill yourself. You should do this. You should do that." And I'm like, one day I was like, maybe I should just. Don't bottle it up. Honestly, guys, I'm going to rip apart Andrew Tate and his masculine philosophy here. Do not sit there and just bottle it up. That's where I really don't like Andrew Tate. You should sit there. You should sit there and hold your emotions. No. If you holding your emotions is the reason the men's suicide rate is so high in this country. Anyway, I'm going to bed. See you. Goodbye, Burger. But yeah, honestly, this is where I don't agree with people like Andrew Tate saying hold your emotions in check. If you want to cry, cry. Honestly, if you want to cry, cry. I have never held my emotions. If I want to cry, I'm going to cry. That's what I was going to say, Joe. Yeah, that's why I really hate Andrew Tate. You should hold your emotions in check. I'm like, no. People that hold their emotions in check, that's why the suicide rate for men is so high. If you want to cry, cry. I didn't cry when my nan died. I couldn't cry. Not because I was trying to be a really powerful male. It was because I was just in shock. But the thing is, what people are going through exactly what you feel. So just talk honestly. Talk to people. There was a film come out last year or the year before. It was called Women Talking. I want to see some of you create a film called Men Talking, and it's men talking about suicide prevention, and how you're going to change the world. That's what I want to see. But honestly, life is never going to be smooth sailing. But the one thing you can do is talk to people. Males keep all their emotions inside, which that's bad. Not showing anything is worse. I'm quite good at hiding my emotions. Not that it doesn't affect me, not that I don't show it, but in public I'm very good at hiding my emotions. I make it look like I'm not upset. But I was on a film set last year. I was on my uni student short film last year, and another guy in the class kept giving me little comments, and that's the first time in years that I've nearly slipped up. Because it was that, and it's not healthy. And it's the reason the men's suicide is so high. And honestly, I would rather us talk about it. Honestly, like, what you find sad now, honestly, that one funny kid, what you find sad now and what you're willing to do, in a few years' time, you could be, you look back and go, why did I think that? Honestly, that's what Decepted said to me. Friends, I do have his asses. You have everyone on this stream. That's one thing you do have. But honestly, that's... You often will have that, but if they're asses, are they really your friend? But honestly, next time you feel like that, just pop something into the Discord server. Pop something into my Legacy Discord server. Honestly, it's not just a Discord server; it's a community. We're all there for each other. But I'll be honest. I'll be honest. That one funny kid. I don't have many friends, but the friends I do have, because if I've been friends with people that have turned around and been, rude to me, or been bullied, things like that, make a therapy chat. Okay, we'll do that. That one funny kid, I was called that. I was called an attention seeker and cringe in school, but guess what? I didn't care. Honestly, it's just it's a comment. People will call you anything to run you down, but as soon as you rise above that, they got nothing on you. Let's do that. Actually, let's create. Oh, I'm gonna do it. Burgers gave me an idea. We're gonna do a men's talk chat. Men talk chat. Everything from mental health to anything you want. There we go. Let's change. Actually, I'm going to change the name. Therapy chat. There we go. There we go, Burger. Therapy chat. Here we go. This everything you want. There we go. Idea for the week. Long. I'm going to bed now. Good night, Burger. But yeah. But why stop? Joe didn't stop. Well, it's not that I didn't stop. I did everything to piss people off. I'll be honest. It's not that I didn't stop. I did things to piss people off. So if people bullied me, I intentionally did something out. I intentionally pissed them off more. So that's why I was bullied more. I was bullied more because I intentionally tried to piss them off afterwards. If they were rude to me, I just tried to piss them off more. That was just something I did. There was a guy in my school, yeah, I think they called him Autistic Fish, I think. But he claimed he didn't have autism, but he did. He couldn't smile. So he kept on giving me little comments, so I just called him I called him Dorothy Miserable, and then it pissed him off more. But, but I once thought about taking my own life, and I regret thinking about it. But yeah. So what I mean, that one funny kid, is that life is like a river, but life is an adventure. You have bad moments and you have good moments. The good moments could be anything. Like you said, you love quad riding. You love quad riding, and from what you've said on streams, you're pretty good. So double down on it. Double down on everything you love, and then double down on everything you love. Honestly, it's why I studied film production. I haven't mentioned this ever on thing before. I haven't mentioned this before. I have not mentioned this on anywhere before, guys. So you're gonna be the first to know. I was bullied a lot, so I fell in love with movies. I fell in love with film. And a decade later, I've got a uni degree in film production because I loved film that much. Film saved my life. Film made me happy. It's an immersive experience. You watch a film, you're in a different place, which is why I love. It's why I love fantasy films so much. It's why I love Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, Peter Pan, Chronicles of Narnia. It's why I love those films so much. It's why I love things like, as I said, Middle Earth, Chronicles of Narnia, Peter Pan, those style films. I was gone because I have a birthday party. That's all right. So, what I mean, that one funny kid, is there's things that find something that you generally love. So, apart from quad bike, What's your favourite thing to do apart from quad bike racing? The special thing about me, guys, I can one-handed clap. I can do the one-handed clap. I can play I can play golf. I can play golf, cricket, tennis, badminton with both hands. In sports, I'm ambidextrous. Football. What type of football are we talking? Like soccer, football. So, if you love these things, double down on them. Honestly, that's the best thing you can do. You can get through the darkest periods by doing the things that you love. It's basically like I'm gonna do a quote here, guys. I can do both. I can do both, Mason. Basically, my granddad had it. My granddad's right-handed but can play golf with his left hand. I have it as well. So like soccer, yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to say here is that bad memories don't outweigh good memories. Bad memories don't the bad memories don't outweigh the good memories, but the good memories don't necessarily outweigh the bad memories, but the bad memories don't outweigh the good memories and make the good memories unimportant. Life is good and bad. You have both, but use left-handed in golf. Because I can do both, Mason. Whenever I used to do cricket, I used to fuck with people's heads. So everyone would go right because I'd have it in my right hand, and then I switch to my left and smack it completely the other way. I gotta go bye. Okay, goodbye. Life is like a box of chocolates. Yes, that's from Forrest Gump. You never know which one you'll get. That's from Forrest Gump, 1993, a great film. My mother said life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. But yep, that's a good film. Good film. But honestly, everything you. If you're feeling down, if I'm feeling down, that one funny kid. If I'm feeling down, I watch my favourite film. I watch one of my favourite films. So, for example, I was feeling a bit depressed a couple of weeks ago. So I put on. There's one more hobby though. Yeah, I was feeling a bit depressed the other week. So I put on a film called On the Buses, which On the Buses is an old comedy from the 1970s. It's quite offensive. You wouldn't. On the Buses is a comedy film, guys. Some of you would love it. It's basically an old comedy, so some of you might not like the some of the things they do, like the bus drivers are always after the woman. But it's a very funny comedy. So halfway through one of the scenes, there's they've bought chips to have, and they're not warm, so they put them in the engine. But then the inspector turns up, and they've got a dartboard on the front. So as they drive, the dartboard comes off, goes down one of those manholes, in the what's the name? Play the DJ Khaled another one sound effect. I haven't got a sound effect. Oh, your video. I will have a look at it. I just haven't had the chance at the moment. Is it your video? I don't know. Let's see. This film. This film, the dartboard falls off, bounces, rolls down, and goes straight down a manhole where there's a builder, so it comes down a builder's head. As this bus comes past, guys, honestly, as this bus comes past, they get back to the bus depot, get the chips out. Oh, blimey, they were like, I'll just throw them down the pit, and they almost burned down the bus station. But there's a scene later on, guys, honestly, there's a scene later on where they brought all this new fire-making equipment, because if this place would have gone up in flames the other day, you would have all lost your jobs. So, back in the 1970s, we didn't have minimum wage in the UK, so basically, you could be paid £1 a week if you could be paid £1 a week. Snore. Yeah, so there was this bit where they basically brought all this fire equipment and they broke a phone machine, so the phone machine wouldn't turn off. They lost the handle to it, and then they try and find the phone machine, and the whole room's in a foam, but there's about a 10-foot pit in the middle, so as they're walking around, they're all falling into this pit. But yeah, this comedy film, it's a film that I will watch if I'm down, because it's just very, very funny. But yeah, I love comedy. If I'm down, I'll watch a comedy film. Have you guys ever watched Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, it was done by Rowan Atkinson, who's a very big comedian in the UK. I bought one of his TV series the other day. I bought Blackadder. Have any of you guys ever heard of Blackadder? So you've heard of Mr. Bean, yeah. If I'm down, I'll probably watch some of his stuff. Who hasn't? Well, if you're... I know, because you're American, aren't you? But you're living in the UK. You would definitely have heard of it because, obviously, the UK. Because you're living in the UK. But it's really... You would actually find it's actually really impressive. I love the animes growing up. Yeah, it's basically... Oh, the animation series. Not anymore, actually. Yeah, I don't like the animated stuff. I don't like Mr. Bean animated. I prefer... the Mr. Bean animated show I did watch, but I don't really... I prefer the old one. I prefer the actual one, you know, when it was live action. I don't find that as funny, but the animated show isn't as funny, but you know, the actual Mr. Bean film. I don't live in the UK anymore. Yeah, but yeah, you would have heard of that. There's about 10 people watching. You would have heard it. I prefer the live action stuff. He did four seasons of a live action series. There was only 5 episodes a season. There was only like 5 episodes. So he only did 14 episodes. He only did 14 episodes of Mr. Bean and 2 films, but the films are so funny. The films are really, really funny. So he got halfway through the first film. The first film was done in 1997. The first film's 5 years older than me. The second one's 5 years younger than me, ironically. The second one is so funny. It's about he's gone on holiday in France, and he's accidentally kidnapped someone, and he's basically trying to keep this kid safe, but also he's a klutz and a maniac. Yeah, the 2 films are amazing. Have you watched his other series, Blackadder? Blackadder is 4 seasons long, and they did a couple of like basically this is before he did Mr. Bean. He did Blackadder. Blackadder ran from 1983 to 1988 to 1989. But it was 4 seasons, and it's basically he plays the same character, but he plays the ancestor. I haven't seen Man vs. Bee because it was on Netflix, and I don't have Netflix. But Johnny English is so good. There's another one coming out. Johnny English I've got on the shelf to watch sometime. Basically, I've got all his work, bar the last 2 seasons of Mr. Bean. I've got all his work bar that. Here it is, Johnny English. I've got Johnny English 1 there. Number 2 and 3 are stacked above. I've got both Mr. Bean films are on here, and the first 2 seasons. You're turning 17 in a few days. Cool. Oh, bloody hell. Everyone's so much older than me in this stream. Like, Mira's turning 17. Bloody hell, you're 6 years younger than me. That one funny kid's like nearly 15, so you're 8. You'll be 15 in November, so you're 8 years younger than me. Everyone on these streams seems to be so much younger than me at the moment. Every type of beacon I feel like scumbag, but it feels great to be rich. Isn't that the correct mindset some rich people have anyways? Yeah, technically. I've only built those 4 beacons because it was a cool bid. You're old. Thank you. Everyone calls me old now. I'm not old. I'm only 22. I'm 23 in 5 months. But yeah, I enjoy being mid to late 20s. Yeah. Actually, you're a few years older than me, so yeah. No, he was call. She was calling me. She was calling me old. That one funny kid. Cliff, how's the book going? Oh, of course. I jokingly said to everyone on the stream yesterday to call me Cliff. I'm currently on page 90. I'm currently on about page 90. Young Matt, who was in the stream earlier on, suggested that I look at a certain serial killer, who basically he had all the traits that's my character. Apparently he had all the traits of the characters of all the traits that my character had, which I might have to look at him. I cannot. But you don't have to write it all in one day. I've been writing this for a month. I've been writing this for 3 weeks. Maybe more. I've been writing this for like a month. So it's not about how much you can write quickly, it's about how much you can write totally. So there's some days, honestly, that one funny kid, honestly, there are some days when I can only write 10 words. There are some days when I can only write 10 words. It happened to be that last week I stayed up till 3 in the morning and cranked out 2,000. But there are some days when mentally I can only write 10 words because I haven't got any creative flow going, if you get what I mean. So, even though I said, I've got 91 pages so far, that's the effort of a month. So I've been writing this story for over a month. So, yes, young Matt who's in the stream suggested to me to look at this serial killer because when I mentioned my horror story, he basically said that the character that I was talking about had a lot of traits of this serial killer that's 4.5 pages a day. Yeah, 4 pages a day is the equivalent of writing 1,000 words, I think. Actually, it depends how you want to write it. Depends how you want to write it, though. So, I write my books at 5 times 8. So, 5 inches by 8 inches. So, hold on a minute. I'm going to grab a book. I'm going to grab one of my books a minute. I can see one on the desk. So what I mean, I can't write over 2 pages. What I mean is this book, because I'm fairly short. I'm fairly short. A few of you guys are probably taller than me. But this book, honestly, this book literally, if this book here is 5 by 8. So if I put my hand on it, if I stretch out my thumb, you can't write one without ruining the page. What do you mean by ruining the whole page? But writing takes time. The more you write, the more you learn. It's basically like that. Honestly, read my book Archipelago, guys. Archipelago is terrible. Is terribly written because I didn't understand how to write a book, so I just wrote it the way I thought it should be wrote. Honestly, so The Gathering Storm is literally The Gathering Storm is literally just a little... In width, The Gathering Storm is just a little bit bigger than my hand. This book is a little bit bigger than my hand. Literally, from top to bottom, there's probably about 2 inches. Yeah. 2 inches is average. No, 2 inches isn't average. I wasn't saying that. I was saying that from the top of my hand to the bottom of my hand, the book, if I put my hand on this book, there's probably about 2 inches of space. So yeah, I know you're joking. So I'm saying that's a book. When you said about 4 pages, 4 pages is in this book, 4 pages is 1,000 words. Literally, 1,000 words is not that hard to do, actually. 1,000 words is not that hard to do when you've got... It's not about how much you write, it's whether it makes sense. So, I haven't got it on this laptop. But... yeah, I haven't got it on this laptop, but I'll put it in my Discord server later because I'll turn the other laptop on. I will send a screenshot of my plan. If you guys are in my Discord server, which I think most of you are, I will send a picture, guys, of what you're gonna finish the comic in 70 days. Cool. Honestly, I will send a picture later on tonight, guys, of what my plan looked like for Archipelago, and literally that one, Funny Kid, it's literally a chart with the words chapter 1 and what should happen in this chapter. So I mapped out a book by just writing what needs to happen by the end of the chapter. Check Discord. You have a confession to make. Do you want to put it in the therapy chat instead? Just as a suggestion. You're Batman. Cool. I love Batman. I'm a huge Batman fan. Yeah. Cool. I'm a huge Batman fan, guys, so I have to admit I am a huge Batman fan. There you go. Remind me never to piss you off because I don't want to fight Batman. I'm probably too short to fight Batman, actually. Batman probably... Batman... Do you know how tall Batman is? Honestly, guys, do you know how tall Batman is in general? Batman is... In the comics, it's mentioned that Batman is something like 6'4". I'm like... Yeah, do you guys want to know what Batman is? Batman in the comics is 6'4". I will not want to fight Batman because I'm 5'9". So if I look up, but Batman is 17 centimeters taller than I am. That's 7 inches. I wouldn't want to fight Batman. I'd be sat there shitless. One punch from Batman, and I'd be out cold. I'd shit myself. But yeah, writing is a hard thing. So if I quickly have a look, I'll have a look how many pages. I'll have a look. It's 30 pages at A4, but you don't publish a book at A4. So I'm going to publish this book at roughly I'm going to publish this book at roughly 5x8. So that is, this book as it stands at the moment is roughly 89 pages. It's roughly 89 pages. Because I've taken a little bit out this. I took a few words out this morning because I didn't realize they shouldn't have been there. North Korea is the worst country, but is it? That's the thing. You don't know what goes on in North Korea. The thing is, you can't say North Korea is the worst country because technically you don't know what goes on there. You don't actually know what goes on there. Because even if you go on a tour to even if you go on a tour to North Korea, you still don't know what goes on there. Because North Korea, even if you go on like a tour of North Korea, they show you what they want you to see. So you have no idea what goes on in North Korea. North Korea is classed as a totalitarian state, but is it? Most North Koreans seem to love being part of North Korea. Check Discord General. Okay. Fart man. Fart man. No. Well, the Kim Il Sung. Yeah, Kim Il Sung, who was the president of North Korea, he was the leader of North Korea from 1948 to 1994. He after his death, he's classed as the eternal president. So he's basically president forever. He's the eternal president of North Korea. Yeah, but the thing is, though, that's just hearsay as well, because you don't know. You don't actually know what goes on in North Korea, guys. The thing is, you generally don't know. It's just, it is interesting. It's interesting. So I would like to write a story about something like that. Like you have like the North Korea is generally called the Hermit Kingdom because you don't know what goes on there. It's such an interesting country though as well. Like I would be willing to go there to explore it. If you don't have a picture of Kim Jong-un, you are shot. You've got to be Comrade Kim, they call him. I love 360MC. This isn't 360, I'm afraid. This is Nintendo Switch Edition, but it's basically the same Minecraft version because it was done by the same people. Yeah, hello, Kai Hard 14. Welcome to the stream. Shit, I've just dropped my controller. We will be ending this stream soon, guys, because it's literally 20 to 1 in the morning. I have been streaming for a fair bit. Can you check Discord again? Yeah, of course. Bow down. Actually, don't. The cock woman is going to get mad. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Da-na-na-na-na-na, fart man, his farts are stinky and they're full of nice. He's gonna fart in your mouth. And so instead, Joker isn't gonna be your villain's not the Joker. If you're Batman, except you're Fart Man, your villain's not gonna be the Joker. He's gonna be called the Foker. Actually, your name might be Gas Man. Actually. Gas man, his gas is so bad. Gas man and Robin. Well, it could be gasping and cocking, but you know. Anyway, guys, I'm probably going to end the YouTube live stream now because it's literally 20 to 1 in the morning. But I'm probably going to be still on my Discord server, guys, and I'm probably going to be writing a little bit of my book because I want to get that finished. And I'm writing a trial at the moment, so I'm writing the trial scene for our evil serial killer. Our serial killer's name is, I won't even tell you that. He's going to be called Edward Cockwomble. When I was in college, we had 2 balloons in a shop, but we called one of them. We drew a funny face on a balloon, called him Cockwomble. Just that was his name. Yeah, and I actually fell on it and popped it. And then a girl in my class went, "Joe, you popped Cockwomble." I'm like, Cockwomble. Joe, you killed Cockwomble. I'm like, did I? Joe, you kicked Cockwomble. I'm like, okay. Honestly, guys, these streams are a little bit chaos. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I would like to thank all of you for watching this live stream tonight, and I'm going to say have a good rest of your night, everybody, and thank you. Thank you for watching the live stream on the Calamity Joe YouTube channel. My name's Calamity Joe, and I'm out. I have no idea what I'm doing this Irish accent for, but I really like it. Do you think it sounds cool? I don't know. I can count 1, 2, 3 if you want. I don't know, but the accent sounds really nice, doesn't it? I don't know. My name's Calamity Joe. My name's Calamity Joe, and welcome to the Minecraft. Goodbye from the Minecraft YouTube world and Survival Legacy stuff. So thank you. Good night. Have a good rest of your night. Boom, 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 boom.